wait, let's make sure she's ready. Yep, she's. Yeah.
Call the meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Councilwoman Noah. Here. Councilwoman Covington.
Here.
Councilman Castle.
Here.
Mayor Shropshire.
Here.
Councilman Franklin. Councilman Palmer.
Here.
Councilman Williams.
Here. Do we have a motion on the floor?
No, you have to ask for a motion.
I'm asking for a motion.
Move to enter closed session pursuant to RSMO 610.021, section 3 for personnel.
Second.
Roll call.
Roll call, please.
Councilwoman Noah. Aye. Councilwoman.
Aye.
Aye.
Mayor Shropshire.
Aye.
Councilman Franklin. Councilman Palmer.
Aye.
Councilman Williams.
Aye.
Sorry, we're just now responding to you. But did you? What they want to do?
Yeah, that's bad. I had said about this bonus comment. Yeah, yeah. That's all. Okay.
It's still working though. That's the last couple. Know that would increase, but I was kind of leery about actually showing up. If it wasn't possible appointment nights, I wouldn't be here. I guess the last couple of them, they were either. So, all control. Oh, I have been. I'm also awake from the live. Over at Scott Craig evening now, here in person. So, yeah, kind of nice. Cool stuff. You're almost very, right next to Family Dollar across the street from Home Depot. It's the one you came up for pancake breakfast first year. Right. And who actually now donate more money to pancake breakfast than that did actually happen. You know, it's thought of that. Oh. Yeah. I was just. Yeah, lost a lot. That's why we told them, there's gonna be a lot of either way of the cost. benefits versus costs. These are unique. It'd be almost easier to have the management company if someone is being and whose insurance is being ran instead of the city. We would make up their sits. And just charge them rent. I'm not gonna do. Yeah. County. Well, that was just concrete there. Oh. Yeah, that's the thing, there's no protection, building in that space. Oh, okay. I'm talking about that, we have small discussions, work together, obviously they will, Sunday nights or weeknight. Or Saturday after. They come out and say they're gonna have a farmer's market Saturday, maybe today, we can little bit. Saturday, maybe two, is it better time frame? We'll send our vendors to them, they can send nothing. You want to ask him to do like a weekend. I don't know what his plans are, he's stuff that guy. What's going on? Right. Working on trying to get a program started with Scott right now. This financial risk. Already got someone to sponsor the $5 cost in over the account. Oh. So for everyone who's currently enrolled, that makes up. If we have an IRA and outside box thinking, but well, that's one way. One, I think high school that type of things for us is at first they started May. They only have a Apple Pay account and then filling out their own cash app. Just when they fill out their direct deposit, where do I put my cash app at? Yeah, we don't pay for cash app. We have a bank account. You say to your own way, and that's one of the reasons why I'm trying to get the program started for that first and possibly take the device. Yeah. So a long time ago, I mean, I wouldn't be able to get the high schoolers account paid. That's why but there's only 10 people in that one. In high school, it would be 200. Now, once then we get high enough up, and lower. Well, we also have a great rate program attached to a teenage account, and so they can get money on top of there. Now they're incentive. $10 $10 you didn't have to work for it. Question is, do kids and parents know about these things exist? No. And you have to have people who have a lot of mouths like me. We'll do it. Bring the tequila. I'll crack open the bottle. That's the wrong for my diet. Okay. That's in the car. Quite literally. Dark, malice. Go on the silver box that I present. Go. Yep. Hard to make it sound fun, but real, and serious. Yeah, I need more money, but. What you pass thing. Yeah, she's got a start to me, you got a set for like that, final product. Get hair for you, so. Get savvy. So hopefully it's not long. So, but like you said, like it's some good, it's not bad. And we're like everyone's dying, we're solving them. Good answer. If they do more of us, exactly. It's funny, one of these places is the way the internet algorithms work and stuff like that. I think that they, it's like different data center. Wow. So it's the one, it was like through like eight swings, city got though. So I think it's some of that, like even ground. That's not what the work. Stuff. Or they're on call again. It's everywhere. Yeah. Income zero. Both condoning plan or. Yeah, I know. Leverage, yes, we'll stuff. There's a certain, I guess it's. Safety fence. Yeah. Yeah, for this kind of. Heritage, we're That's what, like, and thus for a lot. Joke or. I'm gonna mob. Yeah. I guess we go to. So. I. So. Here, yeah, this cool drawing we did. Yeah. Oh, big lots. Yeah. I remember that when we talked about this, and do something. And do this wall. Wait a minute. Why, that was a funny, yeah, we're sort of, holy fair. Yeah. What, when you ever do this, when houses never part of this dish, they start like, what are we doing? Can we start over? There's like, no, they're all kind of like, no, federal grant. This is, you can go and apply. Make it, this would be one, or, they get lots of care. Yeah. None of it is. I'm on, Newtowns. City bumps, so. Stuck in there, best houses. House made doesn't. Value nothing? Yeah. So I could not afford to do that. I gotta roll out some questions. Yeah, I can afford to do that. Then I had a vacant lot when I first moved from Dayton Street. And like we're starting, I guess, very quickly go rezone it. I didn't lakes, two lakes, how they are on it. The house is built in that. So don't get back to starting. Okay. I'm informing the plot. Okay. That guy. Should pull up the back. The market people. Yeah, whatever time it's like, I think less than that. So, yeah, it's like, you go like the downtown side of things. Yeah, but yeah, you go for there is some we get triple, that's like it's fun. The original developers. Yeah. To the east there we can't, because that's the blue bus, their side of the boulevard. So, one. Other north side. Control the city got huge. Try to see the city. They try to sell when you got the 7 top. If you come hard. Do both high school. They're kind of, what do you think? You know, saying. It's all. Yeah, there's some available, yeah. Central. Yeah, keep it, like, you, I think that's supposed to help. Yeah, that's why my people. But it says. Your heart rate. The county park rangers. I think those are. Oh. Intro city, Beaver City. I don't see it better. But again, some. It's all full headed, how do you? Got it all. Gotta be fun. Yeah. It was sweet because that was just his son. I paid for a lot of this. Yeah, they can. They can look at them, say what they're. They cut around state parks and just. Yeah, well, I guess it's so close. I think those, I'll see them really see the fire trails. When I left, I think 6 full park rangers for the east side of the city. Yeah, there are 100 parks. Yeah. They could control all, but they got one. They're regulating enforcement. They're. Yes, how. Yeah, just on the book side. City parks good now. Only help. We're going fishing and you go over fishing. Yeah, I hear back. 9 months later. Okay, we should have to see it. That's the for me down. Thank you. Well. That's what I was from that, you know. Watch them use inside county birds or like St. Louis County, city, then county. You seem like we did some birds, say one of the. My eyes and I don't fish them. Yeah, bad, sorry. Exactly. They don't show those grass. What's that called? For better or worse, you know. It's just price science. I don't get a pound study. Right now. Yeah, so I'm saying. All out there, or it's or just like brains, down is. know it's not. Yeah, you know, it's bad. Yeah, that's part of it. Yeah, that's part of it. Yeah, you hear about one thing. Hear about. It's what it, just before Facebook. Yeah. You didn't know. You just assumed that we heard something. Yeah. You never got out. Some people, that's pretty good. Yeah. You know, really, everything worked good, thanks for. Those good people, that they're people, they're. Not what I'm saying. So it's like, way out. Yeah. That's what we said about. If you jump to that, you know, one top sense to have a better up to that. So I think it's that store. Yeah, you're right. Like, I mean, we're name and name and have a huge report. So, harassing people. Yeah. It's like, unknown way. Yeah. You do get a lot, I mean, a lot of people like that. Proportion to you to be turned, oh man. Like, for yeah. Yeah, just the rubber suit, you know, I mean, the map, I mean, impressed most of those stuff. Here, glass here, house and stuff. Agree. Did have a confusion. This, anything you. I have sweet house, we have a load of things. Let's keep it great.
There needs to be a motion to amend the agenda as well. I could do that along with this if you want, and you'll make the actual motion at the time. There's two things. It has to be added to the agenda, and then the actual motion has to be.
Can't just be done during.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but you have to do, you'll have to make two motions. One motion will be to add. I don't know, just,
What can we get made on?
hold on, I have a question. Parliamentary question.
Okay, I'll need to look at your notes from out.
In order for the body to consider the rescinding of a board appointment. As, does it have to, there has to be a motion to consider
We have both.
rescinding. But does there also have to be a motion to amend the agenda, or is it just make the motion to rescind?
What, if it's on the agenda?
It's not on the agenda.
So you want to make a motion to, you're asking if you want to add someone as a board member.
Or-
Remove someone as a board member.
Do we
You
have,
have to amend the agenda.
do we have to amend the agenda first? And then,
I think you would. I think you have to
Okay.
make a motion to amend the agenda to include a new section.
okay,
And then a
A new
motion
section to promote
to
that.
rescind.
okay, so, Mike. Do you wanna do both of them, or do you want me to go ahead and
I'll
make?
just let you do it.
Well, you're gonna do the actual
Right.
motion, but I'll do the amending of the agenda.
Right.
Okay, all right.
You could do it as a new business. So you would have-
Yeah. No business, that's not. That way we can have discussion.
Okay, you wanna do it, that's fine.
So you're not amending the actual agenda, because it is new business that you're bringing.
Okay, okay, so new business.
We don't need to
Cool.
close it. Okay, she's showing me. So
All right, so I'm not,
this is where we
Just-
were. We were
Yeah.
upstairs and we had to make a motion to return to open session. So now we're back in here. I'm gonna press record. Now you wanna say, can you have a motion to close? I'll close the closed session.
Okay.
So I have four votes.
Council, may I have a motion to close the closed session, please?
so moved.
Second, Lamika Covington.
Closed session is cool.
You gotta take a roll call.
Roll call?
Councilman Hatfield.
Aye.
Aye.
Councilwoman Rose. Aye. Van Schwartz.
Aye.
Councilman Palmer.
Aye.
Councilman Williams.
Aye.
And then we have to
Council
adjourn,
has returned to open session.
and then we have to adjourn the open session.
Do we wanna make a motion?
Okay, I move to adjourn the open session.
Second, before you go.
Roll call, please.
Councilman Hatfield.
Aye.
Aye. Councilwoman Rose.
Aye.
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Aye.
As far as like, we want to make a motion to amend the agenda.
Yeah, as soon as we finish the roll call and the prayer and all that stuff, I'm gonna make a motion to amend the agenda and add those bills. So I'll just go.
Okay, okay.
You know, but we're learning together.
Probably here, there's a just,
Yes.
well, we know I passed off. So, we were told that you were going, that you all were going to amend the agenda when we get to the,
So we're not gonna do the, SUPs. Like we had it on there. We're gonna amend to do them,
there are no.
Yes. the first bill.
The first reading of each bill.
Okay,
So we're still gonna do the hearing. We're gonna amend the agenda so that we can read first bills, because the attorney Ryan to read them. And those bills.
We got them, right? This is the ones on top of us?
Yes.
Right here.
okay.
Now, what I was about to say was, we just have it in here for someone to amend the bill in the bill section. So that's what I'm saying, I don't want you to start getting confused with what people are telling you is. When we get, city manager, upstairs needs to,
Yes,
we're going to give us. This was your agenda, right?
yes.
So we, Cindy, you, and Dave are upstairs. Or the meeting, we're walking through all of it.
Yes, we did.
So if they wanted this to be in the beginning, it was said. During our meeting. We
Right.
have it so where we're. When we're about to read the books. You follow?
Yes, I'm following.
So.
Mm-hmm.
If there
Hey, in here. I'll jump on. I got all. As soon as he finished talking, I'll take that shit out. Yes, yes.
And you're trying to keep me focused on what I've been reading up.
Whatever we talk about
Yes.
upstate.
But I'm fine.
Stick with that, because that's when you get confused and you start to live there.
If there's any
What you have
pushback
to
at all,
the person's trying to come to
fuck it.
is
Or you
that
can-
because what we talk about upstate is what
I'm-
we're.
What we're doing in the.
you know?
Yeah, okay.
And if it was changed upstate, when we have, because when we start making.
No, I already had one.
Right.
We can have.
And this is what I studied it tonight. Yeah, okay. Okay.
So he
And
had to
I
like
think
get
it-
to
I
go to
think
the school and get some. I could go to
So I hear
school.
what you're saying.
I always make a big fuss, right?
So I just skipped to the.
I went in there and he had.
However.
I was like, I'm that's for, so he talks to he has to come here and make it sing.
One more, yes, one.
Yeah. All right.
Yes.
This is right. That's what she's.
Okay. It was during the second. Not in the beginning, okay.
Right, how you doing?
Okay, I got it.
Right.
Nick.
Yes, ma'am.
So, you're not doing the amending the agenda at the beginning. We're doing it. They already got it rolled up.
Oh, we're gonna do it
At the first reading, yeah. Okay.
Okay.
I was listening. So yeah, sorry.
Pepsi. Yeah, that's so retro. I actually like Pepsi. My wife hates it.
So I used to drink Pepsi, like that would be my go-to one. Then I switched it to Dr. Pepper, but I don't drink a lot of pops. I don't drink a lot of soda.
Yeah, me neither.
I like the burgers, ginger ale. You ever see that around Burger? Ginger ale.
Oh, yeah. I usually Canada Dry. I don't, Burners, you gotta look for.
Okay, yeah, Swiss fans, but red dot. That's a Ohio thing. Yeah, that's where, I usually bring some back with me. Yeah, we use
That's,
for your question.
that's. And you know what? If he had noticed and came to the city manager and said, my bad, I made a mistake. Here's your check now. It would be different. If somebody else noticed. That's.
I just don't understand. So I should get- Say, hey, I'm still with the wrong color. Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
I go to see. And I mean, like. I've been on the phone. I accidentally explained something. And after that, I started wrapping it in the thing, so it gotta come out.
Yeah.
Before I even get in touch.
Yeah, I did.
But I mean,
Yeah.
So I was like, I jacked up. Trying. Run to the house, get a check, and I'm drop it off in the box right here.
You know, other places don't give a question. They have one set place in the year.
Like, so my job still. I got one. BTC, so like that.
So you're in that,
Yeah.
you're the head of
Yeah.
running the program.
Yep, Yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't, one time, took off the. 10 years ago. And I really felt so bad. It was. I got it. And then we're going. Open, I mean, yes, yes, ma'am. I got it, I'm sorry. Oh, but that was like 10 years I made it, this is a mistake.
And I told my after they. Based on this, or you know,
Let me, who you getting ready to extra? Who you getting ready to put the extra? Okay. I heard, you know, one thing that surprised me, I heard little bit. There was some motion going on to remove, I didn't know it was. Oh, he. Crossed the line. A couple times.
Whether, because Mike wasn't here at the time. And he said, say that, and his response to that was this. Because then he was that. But I don't know.
That's the first time I'm gonna react.
Yeah,
That's the first time.
yeah,
I've ever-
that.
Whoa.
No, you don't get to say in whatever.
How can you judge others?
Exactly. No, that is a capital. So. Oh, well.
Be right after me, before snow.
Live and learn.
Oh, man.
Hey. Anybody can sign it anywhere? No, on this one right here. Okay.
It was going.
I want more water out there. I'm so thirsty.
I must get to my desk. Yeah, help with this. No, I just grabbed it before I came down. I did leave it at first.
Angelisa.
For public comments or for hearing public comments? Public hearing comments.
Is this the one?
Yeah.
One of the owners here, and she doesn't know if she, when she's ready to speak, or if she wants to. She doesn't need to sign.
I don't think so. I would double check with Roberta though. I'm pretty sure we don't have to. Have to use this? Yep.
I just had a birthday, so let me, 53, so that's, you know, I'm born in 53.
So that means it's.
Yes, sir. You have so many, you just don't, you know. I just remember, I think you can remember mine.
Oh.
I saw it. Well, they usually don't, you know, they did do.
They like.
Yeah, water can't, but then it should be, because you see that. Because water gets down there, when end up breaking on, and it pops it right up. And that's where your giblets come in. And we're trying to. And it wouldn't take anything to see it, but all we have to do is just run the hot tire down.
Then into the council meeting or? So this is public comments, so this is any public comments, if you
comments.
wanted a public hearing on any of the things being brought up tonight for public hearings. And you would sit in here.
This one. Wait.
There's two of them, so 247 South Florissant, 301.
And so that's for us to say something about this one?
Yeah, if you wanted to say something about this one, then you would
Okay.
sign on this.
And this is my first time, this is our first time doing this. Is there anything like specific we should or shouldn't say, or?
So when we open the meeting, we get the comments, you'll hear the spiel that he'll give.
Okay, okay.
It's accepted and not accepted.
Yeah.
And they might call you on separately.
Oh, okay.
Out of control.
I was gonna say, hey, how are you? I remember you.
I know. I'm being here now.
Yeah.
You don't have to give me a desk pretty soon.
Put your next to me in that little cubbyhole.
Hey, we can fit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Right here. You want to do space as bigger?
Should got here early. Well, point you said, yes, okay, everything, get here early, you know, to go in late. Next Thursday.
Now, why did I put grandma telephone number? I'm thinking about grandma so bad right now. That's crazy.
Now, this is regular public comments. These are about the public hearing.
Okay, damn, I'm ready.
Told them about the factory by Friday. Yeah, this one.
Oh, I put that in, that's my,
Just
I'll
write
just-
it backwards, it's okay.
yeah,
Just put your address there.
okay. I wasn't paying no attention.
Sorry.
Hunter's Ridge, okay. Tried. Okay.
Thank you.
I'm here for the public hearing. I'm,
Which one?
There's
There's, adult care.
Stephanie Brown, the salon.
Salon, that is this one right here.
Well, it said something in. Something in.
Are you the owner?
Yes.
Okay, so we may not call you up at this. If they have questions, they'll probably call you up. So
Okay.
I'll let her know that you're.
Okay, sounds
You
good.
you can just fill
Okay.
it up.
Okay, we're getting ready. Grab the sheet. We're ready to move on here. What's your last? What's ready?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
How you do?
How are you?
Okay, thank you.
Where's mine? This is.
This is the public hearing.
Public-
Yeah, so if you wanted to talk
Yeah,
on any of
Yeah,
them,
I wanna talk.
on the salon one,
Yeah.
Thanks, John.
Mr. Knowles? Uh-huh. He said he liked your hat. Thank you.
Sign up to be a speaker regarding the adult day center.
City
Which
clerk.
one? There's one at 301 South 47.
Okay.
After Alan. Did you want me to do Mr. Knowles? That's what they called better. Jimmy and Mr. Knowles, because they pulled him away. He was called Mr. Knowles away, so I don't know which one. I'll ask him which one. This is regular public comments. These are all about the public hearings. Is there, I don't know which one you wanted to say.
What's a public hearing? I didn't see anything on the agenda that I remember.
They were all listed. There's 4 of them. There's 2.
Liquor license things?
No, it's above that. There's 2, adult daycares, 1 child daycare, and a salon.
I don't know. I looked at it how many times?
Yeah, it's here. I was like, wow, we got a lot tonight.
Yikes.
Yes, a lot.
And darn, I was thinking the opposite. I was going, oh, there's no special presentation.
We have a special presentation before all that. Yeah, there's a special presentation, 2 manager reports, 4 public hearing, liquor license appointment.
I didn't bring my note down. Probably.
There's a lot.
Do I need to do all this?
You're good.
How many
You're
times?
good, you're good.
Excellent.
Mr. Knowles,
Okay.
he's signing. He is in the class. Did you want to talk? Okay.
Okay, I actually need to, I think you know, I'm the one on the.
No, because they'll call you up if they have questions. You're good, because you're the owner.
Thank you, everyone, for coming out this evening to the May 12th, 2026 Ferguson City Council meeting. Let's all stand in a silent prayer and a pledge of allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Councilwoman Noah. Here. Councilwoman Covington.
Here.
Councilman Castle.
Here.
Mayor Shropshire.
Here.
Councilman Franklin.
Here.
Councilman Palmer.
Here.
Councilman Williams.
Here.
At this time, we have a quorum. We will move into our public comment. I'm asking everyone, when they step forward, to be courteous and kind. First, the audience, I'd like to let everybody know, please be courteous and kind to the citizens that are speaking. I'm asking you to, the clock here is on to your, right here in front of you. The 3 minutes is a 3-minute rule. And please state your name and address, please, and speak loud so everyone could hear you. Thank you. First citizen.
Bob McGartland?
My name is Bob McGarland, 15 Charters Court. Good evening, everyone. I'm here tonight representing our small volunteer staff for the Ferguson Neighborhood Newspaper. We are excited that the Economic Development Sales Tax Committee has unanimously supported funding for our paper for the remaining of this fiscal year and into next fiscal year. We're excited to work with the new mayor. We'll have room for his articles and likes to write, and the city council members and the different city departments, and are able to get all the good news of what's going on in Ferguson out to everyone, especially to all of our residents, and to get the news out to the people beyond our community. So whenever the city council and city staff, things finalize on their end, we're ready to go. We've got some things put in place to start gathering the information, those kind of things. I just want to thank the Economic Development Sales Tax Committee, the City Council, and the City Administration for all your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marcia Gebhardt?
Hi there, it's Marcia Gebhardt at 210 Roberta. I want to say that I also am very excited that the Economic Development Sales Tax Committee voted to fund Ferguson Neighborhood News for the next fiscal year. You can be sure that the focus will be on getting information out that the city wants out, and positive stories about Ferguson going out to our residents and to the surrounding communities. And I and others will happily help in whatever way you want with writing, editing, photographs, whatever, to get out what you want out, and what we want residents to know. So along those lines, I want to tell you or remind you, if you maybe already saw, that there is a new Greening Ferguson Committee that's under the auspices of Ferguson Parks and Rec. We are, hopefully you saw it in the paper. If you didn't, I brought some copies. I'll leave with somebody to share. But so what we're starting with is getting volunteers together to help increase the native habitat, healthy green habitat in our parks. That means getting rid of honeysuckle and other invasives and putting in trees and flowers and things that our habitat need, that our environment need. And it's something that Joseph Seastrom has known the importance of for a long time, but just hasn't been able to do it because there hasn't been the person power. So that's what Greening Ferguson is going to do, bring together and organize the person power to get things done, added to our parks. Also, we intend to help each other in our own home environments and spread the word about how to and the importance of having native habitat and good, healthy trees in our city. And we're going to have events also to inspire and educate folks along the way. So the first one that's coming up, May 31st, again, you may have seen it already, a full page about it in Neighborhood News, about our Greening Ferguson Festival. And it's going to be at the Pavilion on Sunday the 31st from 1 to 3 p.m. Going to be free native plants, some from Earth Dance, also native plants to buy, information about creating native habitats, free beer from Good News Brewing for anybody who signs up to be part of Greening Ferguson, to volunteer with it, and live music and more. We invite you all to come and say a word if you want, or just see what's going on the 31st. Okay, see you there.
Angelica Tolbert.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Angelica Tolbert. I live at 1100 Haley. I'm here today to actually file a complaint against a home that's on my street at 1101 Haley. And it's in a bad shape. The gutters are coming down. We have mattresses in the backyard. The grass is very tall. And it kind of makes the street looks bad. And I just wanted to know if we can get some kind of help in rectifying the issue. And that's my complaint. 1101. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Carla Townsend.
Carla Townsend, I live in the 9200 on Ellison Drive. And I'm here to talk about the concerns for Ground Zero as an event space and a liquor license to become a club. I'm the second house on Ellison Drive off of Canfield. I came home one night at 12:30 to two men that were attending an event at Ground Zero, sitting in a car in front of my house, smoking and drinking. And they were just sitting there. As a single female, I have to come out my garage, to go up on my porch, and to get in my house. They watched me the whole time. Not safe. I've already been held up on my front porch. The guy cocked his pistol twice, either it wasn't loaded or it jammed. So I've already had that experience. I've also experienced from Ground Zero when the noise outside my house drowns the noise inside my house out at 2:30 in the morning, and I have the noise, the TV going in my house to keep the noise out so I can sleep. But when I wake up at 2:30 in the morning to people partying in front of my house, that's a problem. The parking is an issue. When it becomes a club, it will be bigger and there will be more parking. And people coming down Ellison Drive because it's a short walk to this club. They have events on their parking lot during the day. And at 9 o'clock in the morning when they're playing music and I can't listen to church on Facebook because I can't get out, that's a problem. Because it's a block from my house. And the noise in the parking lot is drowning out the noise in my house. So all of these things are a major issue. I'm a taxpayer. I own my house. I'm not renting, and I'm a single female. Thank you.
Roy Taylor.
Roy Taylor, 278 Meadowcrest Drive, right down the street. My concern is with, the park, tennis courts, no bathrooms, lights out, benches sinking to the ground. We have a club called the Net Rushers Tennis Club. We have kids up there every Sunday, and we got a program up here this coming Saturday from 11 to 1. No bathrooms. People have to go to Snooks to use the bathroom once they want to knock the bathroom. They tore the bathrooms down by the playground for obvious reasons, and we got 2 bathrooms up by the tennis courts. They won't open them, and people have to go to Snooks to go to the bathroom. That's a concern. The benches are sinking into the ground. They've been there about 50 years. The elderly people sit down, they almost have to have somebody help them up. Benches need to be replaced. The lights on the courts are out. They won't turn the lights on for us to play tennis anymore. We have to beg. We sent a letter to Trent. I guess he's in over Parks and Recreation 2 weeks ago. Haven't heard yay or nay from him. So I want the mayor, if he can, one of my ward people to come out Saturday at Forest Wood for 11 to 1. You ain't got to stay back in 15 minutes and see what's going on. That's all I had. I think that's about it. And lights on the courts, power wash the courts, benches, and bathrooms. We need to have the bathrooms open. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Laverne Mitchell.
Laverne Mitchell, 508 Hunters Ridge Drive. Good evening, council. My concern this evening is that Ferguson be a city that's for democracy, that Ferguson be a city that's for the democratic process. As you know, right now, we have bad actors, politicians, elected officials who care about wealth and power and controlling other people's lives. Many of us have heard the quote that all politics is local. And that statement is very true to a certain degree. I come before you with this concern. Recently, the people got together and we expressed our concerns and made our voices heard that we didn't want the data center. And that was done because the people came together to be heard. Many of us are aware that our country is in deep trouble on the local level, state level, federal level, and even globally. People don't trust the United States anymore. And we're supposed to be the leaders of the free world. Now, here's my concern for us as a city. I've expressed some of it. I'm proud that under Chief Dawes' leadership, I really believe we have constitutional policing. I'm proud of that. But all over this country, people are standing up, speaking up, like we did for the data center. And they're basically saying the government is we the people, by the people, and for the people. And I want my council, I want you all to be very aware that we all have got to play a part in saving our democracy. We've all got to play a part in this process being real. Right now, and I never thought I would be saying this, but Black people are being turned back to not being able to vote. My daughter was discussing it with me on Mother's Day. And she said, what are we gonna do? I said, what we've always done. We're gonna protest. We're gonna let them know that we're not just gonna roll over and let it happen. But for you all, people have voted for you and put you in there because they felt you were gonna work in their best interest. And I say it all the time. You all have, it is imperative that you all do that. You gotta work in the city's best interest. And here's the thing, if you don't, people gonna rise up and stand up for themselves. That's happening more and more. So because you are my council, I want you to know you all have got to start working in the best interest of the people. You've got to.
Good evening, council. Good evening, mayor and citizen and the staff. I'm here to volunteer my service to the city. I am also, I'm sorry, I didn't give my address. My address is 17 Honeywell, and I'm a candidate for state representative for the 73rd district. But what I'm here to do tonight is the conversation we had about the data center. They said, well, we created a hole in our own budget system. I'm here to volunteer my service so we can look at your balance sheet, your profit and loss, and work on it and figure out what we can do to provide the services that our citizens need. People throw the words, we're going to lay people off. Well, let's say the numbers. The numbers will tell us if we need to lay people off or not. And also to bring opportunity to the community. How do you do that? There's people in this field
that what they do is they work based on what they capture for the city. For example, if we have a person that can bring economic development, we don't have to pay that person. That can bring a business over here. We don't have to pay that person. Whatever business they bring, if it's $4 million business, worth of business, they get what is called finder's fee. If they don't bring anything, they don't get anything. If it may be 5%, it may be 3%, it may be 4%. This is what we need to do to improve our community. That campus over there, people will be glad to put a hotel, put a misused property, use investment in that property, or some other space we have. So I'm willing, I know one of the councilmen is laughing and telling, oh, this is gone. They're not gonna give that property to a nonprofit organization. None of them have $1 million to run it. When the Trump administration is cutting down on 501c grant money. So we as a community, I'm in this community, all the city council members are in this community, the city managers are here, the citizens are, we can put our head together. Leave this politics of division. Let me tell you, politics of division cost this country a lot of money. We're losing money. We're losing fuel with the Chinese, we're losing it with the Russians, we're losing it with Iran. Whoever we're dealing with, we need to work together. It's not white or black. It is about Americans. When the bomb dropped in this room today, it will not kill only black people and not kill only white people. So we need to focus on how do we make Ferguson better. And I'm volunteering my service. I'll come to your budget meeting. I've done this in the past, and some of you in this room have done this in the past. We can look at that number. Why do we want to cut? Why do we have toilets that we're not fixing? We need to put money fixing this toilet so people can use it. Why are we buying new cars when we have old cars that are working? So those are the kinds of things that you can, why do we buy when we can lease? So that conversation needs to be had. So I'm here to volunteer my service and to help you get the economic development that you need. Thank you.
Alan Mueller.
Alan Miller, 435 Darst. Good evening, Mayor and Council. At last week's council meeting, my wife and I offered to provide our support for your courageous decision to vote down the Emerson property proposal. We see two primary ways for that support to happen. One, by helping build a positive view of our community, and two, by supporting the council if compromises are truly needed by our current budget situation. On the first point, building a positive community narrative. There's a lot that we can do. Some has already started. My wife and I were pleased to see a social media post by Matt Kassoff on the day after last week's vote asking for alternative development ideas for Emerson campus. The responses he prompted provided a lot of interesting and thoughtful suggestions. We need to keep that discussion going. One way is through the Planning and Zoning Commission. I applied to serve on Planning and Zoning so I could better help with revisiting our zoning ordinances. After carefully reading the ordinances, I think there won't be any issues arising from me serving on both P&Z and the Board of Adjustment, and I'd appreciate your approval. Although I'm not presenting for Proud tonight, Proud presents another option for continuing the discussion. Hosting community-wide discussions on issues such as the Emerson campus is one of our primary purposes. Last year's Council Candidate Forum on Marketing Ferguson's Housing was our response to a request from then City Manager Hampton. So was last December's presentation on home repair resources. If you have ideas on how Proud can help facilitate dialogue on Ferguson's future, we'd appreciate your input. Whether through P&Z, Proud, or other options, we need to keep the discussion going and focus on the positive aspects that Ferguson has to offer. Now, moving on to the second point, support for budget compromises. That support from us and others in the community will require cooperation from you. The means by which the data center was handled and many other long-term issues have deeply eroded trust between the city and community. Trust can only be rebuilt by starting with transparency. We need to start by clarifying many issues. Does the city actually have a budget problem? And if it does, what are the real reasons for the problems we face? How have the issues covered in tonight's resolution 2026-14 impacted the budget? What's the status of the state audits, et cetera, et cetera. If you want to gain community support, you will also need to attract more people to the budget meetings, ensure the public's ability to access the documents and to hear and see the proceedings. Let's work together, start by being positive about our community, engage the public in planning our future, and in provide the transparency needed to rebuild trust. Then we can confidently stand behind you. Thank you.
That's all.
This includes the portion of the.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council. First, I was going to bring up Chief Troy Doyle to give an update on the police department.
Mayor, members of the council, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. The very brief report this evening on the police department. I have a more formal report the next council meeting, but a couple of things I want to highlight this evening was some staffing numbers I thought that you all would be interested in. This is a bit concerning to me, but I thought I would relay it here to the council and then give you some highlights this evening too about some of the recent violent crimes that we had since the first of the year and give you some updates on that. But since January 1st of this year, we've lost 6 officers on the department. 2 left to retirement. Rick Finn did 20 plus years here in the city of Ferguson, and then we lost Officer Ira Walker, who did like 8 plus years here to the city. I mean, good thing, right? But there's 2 officers that we have that we don't have anymore. We also left 2 other officers, lost 2 other officers to outside agencies, and I'll highlight that here in a little bit. And then we lost 2 other officers that was essentially terminated due to policy violations. So that put us down 6 officers since January the 1st. And as you can see, that's about like a 23% reduction of staffing that's on the streets right now. Also, to add to that, so since January 1st, we also have an additional 5 officers that are out on various different leaves, whether it's family medical leave, sick leave, injury, on-duty leave, whatever, workers' comp. So that's 5. So we lost 11 officers since January the 1st, which when you look at it from the Detective Bureau, they lost 1. But when you look at it from a patrol point of view, that's 28% staffing that we lost since January 1st. And just as a reminder, we had 35,000 calls for police services last year. So you can imagine the operational impact that this is having on us right now. So thought that was important for you all to know. I guess a little bit of the good news is that we are May 18th of this year. I invite you, Mayor, and the members of the council and the audience here. On May 18th, we are swearing in 5 new experienced officers from another agency here at the Ferguson Police Department. While that is good news for us, and we're excited to, have these officers on board, but they really won't be operational until like July, because they still have to go through orientation. Although they're experienced, they still have to go through our training. They got to know how we operate here in Ferguson and so on. So again, we won't have them operational until somewhere around July 7th or July the 8th. Transitioning to some of the crime issues. So beginning of the first year, I think we all aware, I mean, we had a number of different shootings here in the city. I mean, a lot of them was concerning, a lot of them was, I ain't gonna repeat that, but you all know the issues that we're dealing with. But what I wanted to do is invite Detective Trakinskis up here to kind of give you a little bit of an update on the shootings and the violent crime that we have had since the first of the year and where we at and where we stand as far as clearance rates and stuff like that. Be very brief.
Just kind of like the, I guess, raw numbers of what we had for the year to date. We have 8 homicides, 6 were handled by in-house by FPD, and 2 were handled by St. Louis County for their investigations. They were all cleared. The SPD ones have all been cleared. Suspects have been apprehended and charges have been issued through St. Louis County. The ones by St. Louis County, they're still ongoing, and then another one they have big charges issued on that extra one. Serious assaults, we have counted 11. Kind of the gauge for serious assault was a weapons or something where we had to go respond to the hospital. The person was unable to come back and give a statement themselves. We had to go out to the hospital and speak to them about what happened or follow up at a later date. 7 out of 11 were cleared on that, and 4 is still active and ongoing. And that's as far as the raw stats I've got on the numbers.
Questions?
8 total, 6 were handled in-house with Ferguson only.
2 is handled by the county. Questions, concerns, criticisms?
Yeah, I would say, yeah, national average is, I think it's 60% for clearance, and we're hitting the 100% clearance rate, so. We can, water happening, but we're getting cleared.
Okay, yeah, I think you're really doing a good job on the clearance rate. Because we have solved, are we still at our 100%?
Yeah, the in-house ones are 6 for 6 in St. Louis County. The 2 that they have, one's been cleared, and then the other one's still under investigation.
The one that's still under investigation was the individual barbershop, not barbershop, but barbecue, individual over off of New Hospital.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
All right, thank you. I did have, just for clarity, Mayor,
Yes.
I had a text message that make sure your mic is on. They can't hear on YouTube, just FYI. The next person I was gonna bring up was Joseph Seaster, my Director of Parks and Recreation, to give a brief update.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
I just wanted to give a quick update about the Parks and Recreation Department before our busy summer season. I just want to start with a short refresher and a little bit overview of the Parks Department for anyone who's not heard my spiel before. My department oversees 14 different parks and facilities. That provides over 120 acres of public recreation space. We have our community center that's open 7 days a week, our farmers market that opens every Saturday for 26 Saturdays, our aquatic complex with 7 days a week programming during the summer, our programming with youth programs, seniors, fitness, trips, special events, our summer camp. Our park system just has so many incredible amenities a lot of people don't even know about, with our sports complex, our dog park, our fishing lake, archery, disc golf course, soccer mini pitch, neighborhood trails, 4 brand new playgrounds soon to be. So just so much. There's still a lot of work to be done, but I'm very proud of the park system that they've helped build and that we're continuing to build on. And I want to thank city staff for that, and I want to thank city council for your support. A big thank you also goes to my staff. A lot of people don't realize that between myself and the administration and programming team, we're only 5 people. So nights, weekends, special events, 7 days a week programming, pool, community center, all of that is all on me and my staff, who are all salaried, by the way. But it's with their dedication and effort that we're able to do all of that. So I want to give them a big shout out. And on top of that, they are constantly going above and beyond. Caitlin this spring obtained her CPRP, Certified Parks and Recreation Professional, which is a national accreditation, second highest you can get in our profession. Trenton just got a CPO, Certified Pool Operator. He'll be overseeing our pool this summer. Caitlin was also elected to the Board of Directors for the Missouri Parks and Recreation Association, giving back to our state profession. So just very, very proud of my staff. I also want to shout out Corey and Public Works staff. As you guys know, Parks does cover parks maintenance, transferring over to the general fund, but it's Corey and his team that are out there every day doing the parks mowing, the parks cleaning, the parks maintenance, and all of that. And him and his team do a really good job with what they have to keep our parks, all that we have going. So just want to shout out all the staff that dedicate themselves to our parks and everything that we do here. I want to give you guys quick updates on a couple of big projects that's been pending for a while or that we've completed since the last time I spoke to you last September. The community center playground did officially open October 26th last year. It has seen a ton of use even through the winter months. We are very, very proud of that playground. The people that have come to it, we've actually seen an increase in membership, people that didn't know we had a community center there coming in. So awesome new playground. Glad to have that for the community. We also spent this winter working on the fitness center, the community center in general, doing some landscaping, painting, just improving the building overall. And thanks to the capital funding you guys approved last year, we were able to get almost all new fitness equipment, all new cardio though, brand new treadmills, a lot of different devices we went with, a lot that are more accessible, We have a new stretching area and things that are for abilities of all ages. We may be a little small fitness center, but there's something for everybody in there, and we really want to provide that for the community, still at the same rates that it opened 10 years ago with. So I'm very proud of that. If you have not been, or if no one's a member yet, please come join. Nesbitt Newton Playground is the next on our to-do list. We were set to go with the building company early April, but because of all the rain, the storms, all that, they got pushed back. So we are still just waiting for a good timing that they can get that in. The biggest thing is the pour in place, the rubber surfacing. We have to have good weather for a certain amount of days and they have to be ready to go. But I anticipate this hopefully will be done in the next month. So brand new playground over the Nesbitt Newton area. I want to give a quick update on the Great Rivers Greenway project. For those that don't know, this has been going on since 2018. This is a trail that Great Rivers Greenway is going to put in that will connect West Florissant, our new park there at West Florissant, and go all the way to the Ted Jones Trail. A big update is we are moving forward with it, but the circled yellow part that you see there, we were supposed to have a boardwalk put in down Ferguson Avenue for bikes, trails to safely go down. MSD has said, no, not happening. We cannot build anything in that corridor right now. So that's changed since the plans 8 years ago. So right now, though, we are going to go ahead and move forward with it. Again, this is all through Great Rivers Greenway. They're paying for the entire thing. They are hoping to go to bid by August and start construction. But for right now, this will be a trail that connects West Florissant to Forestwood. And then there will be a break. We have to go back to the engineers and come up with some kind of option that MSD is going to be happy with to connect that. But they are still going to connect under the railroad press all the way to Ted Jones Trail. So still moving forward with it. Little complication there. For those that don't know, this will be all the way through Forestwood Park. It's a beautiful trail. It'll be 8 foot wide, concrete trail, connecting that area for bikes, walking, all that fun stuff. And then we are working on the second part as well with Great Rivers Greenway. This will connect the rest of West Florissant to the edge of Ferguson, and then eventually connect all the way to Bellefontaine Park. So you'll be able to bike, walk all the way across town. So really great amenities. Again, this is all provided by Great Rivers Greenway. So we're very excited. Again, these projects take a long time, but excited to get these going. Great Rivers Greenway on North Winds Estate, we'll be putting in a speed table and also redoing the entire entrance to Nesbitt Park for us as well in this next phase. So excited about that. Plaza 501, thank you guys that came out to the ceremony there. We are moving forward with that project as well. We bid out the construction and design phase, or the design phase. We actually got 16 responses, which is huge. So we are still going through those. Going to try to select a firm and hope to bring that resolution to you guys within the next month or so, so we can start the design phase. Again, this project is on MSD property, so with that floodplain, so we anticipate some hurdles there. So we want to make sure the firm that we go with is very well educated in floodplains and all of that kind of stuff. So hopefully that'll be coming to you guys soon. I just want to touch on our special event application and process. We have updated a little bit more this year. Each year we've refined it. There is a process for any time any organization, internal, external, wants to use a park or city facility. We do ask for these 90 days in advance. And we do track everything. It is a pretty in-depth form, but this is for anything from a 5K race to a public event at one of our parks. Anything that uses parks, resources, city resources, we want to be able to track what they're being used, especially again, if they're using Public Works' time. We're having to clean up the park afterwards. They're asking for fire and police, anything like that. So the application can be found on our website, the city website. It does go through my department first, and then I forward it up to the department heads to see what the resources they're asking for. There is a fee on most events, but again, we're looking to collect back on if you're using our parks, you're using city resources, we have to clean them, we have to keep them up. So there are fees associated with most special events. Talking about vandalism, and then I'll talk in the park bathrooms. Honestly, overall, vandalism has been at a low, but every time something does happen, it affects us. It severely affects our operations, affects our time, and affects our money. I do budget for certain things, but we can't plan for everything. This past fall, we had a lot of park bathrooms getting broken into, vandalized. At Hudson Park, we had all of the electrical system completely torn out, all the copper wire, even going underground conduit to the streetlights torn out, stolen. Bathrooms, all the PVC, copper, everything was taken. So Hudson currently still not operational. I'll touch on that here in a second. January Wabash also got broken into a month or so ago. So we've had to board that up, have to order a new door, get all that fixed. So again, these things do affect us. We're trying. We ask the community and everyone to bear with us and be patient with us. As far as park bathrooms go, I know there were some comments on that. We have 3 sites that have park bathrooms: January Wabash, Hudson, and Forestwood. Again, all 3 of those get vandalized, used a lot when they're open. So we are trying to find good solutions for that. This is the January Wabash last year. As you can see, we did have porcelain, we did have dividers. We've coming up with new solutions because these things keep happening. Porcelain being broken, torn off the walls. This is currently January Wabash. So again, Corey and his team have come up with a couple of creative solutions. They may not look the best, but using cinder block, we're going to all steel, eventually steel toilets, steel sinks, basically cinder blocking everything in with cement, what we can do. Again, Hudson Park, since the vandalism, we are working on getting that one up and running. There is a porta potty there temporarily for the disc golf community to use. Forestwood, we got an estimate on that for fully fixing the bathrooms. The estimate I just got a couple weeks ago with Corey and his team was $19,000. Don't have that left right now to look at. That was fully fixing everything. That some of those bathrooms, especially the urinals, they're built into the ground. That's digging up cement. That's breaking through all of it, putting all of that kind of stuff back together. I am working on some creative solutions, though. I do hope to get Forestwood up and running here in the next month or so, again with Corey's team. We are going to have to be creative, though. We are looking at least getting 1 toilet working. The urinals probably aren't going to last right now. At least I can get a sink and 1 bathroom working. But when we have all the football players out there, all the rentals that we have, tennis players, a lot of people are using those restrooms. They do get used a lot. We have experimented with putting out porta potties. They do tend to get vandalized and destroyed as well. So just know, and I ask the community to bear with us as we work on creative solutions. We want park bathrooms. We want to provide that to all of our park patrons. We ask the community again just to help us. If you see vandalism, report it. If you see something happening, please take care. Corey's team also does clean these bathrooms, sometimes twice a day, but we can clean them. An hour later, go to them and they're destroyed. Toilet paper everywhere, sinks clogged. Forestwood, this does tend to happen. We can clean it at the end of the day at 3:30. I go there at 5 and it's messed up. So again, we are trying and ask the community to bear with us as we work on solutions for these kind of things. And it's going to be a big issue. And we are not the only ones. This is not a Ferguson problem. I just talked to Crestwood today. They're having the exact same issues with park bathrooms. It's a trend. It's a state nationwide thing. So update you guys. We did have a pool leak that we found at the end of last summer. We've been working since November, doing pressure tests, getting it fixed. As of last Friday, it is completely fixed. It took a lot more time and money than we thought it would, but that one is completely fixed. It was our vortex line, which brings in fresh water into the leisure pool, so we didn't really have a choice. The pipe was 8 feet down. We actually had 2 different leaks. One of them, though, was 8 feet down, and it's the original pipe from 23 years ago that was put in. So what I will just say, and you guys know this, some of this stuff is going to be coming. The pool is 23 years old. Life expectancy is 25 for a good time. If we can make it get to 30, that's great. But some of the stuff that I did have budgeted for, like fixing the funbrellas, we are down a slide. I'm not going to be able to fix before the opening this season because all of our renovation dollars, repair dollars have had to go to this leak and some other things. So just know, again, we're working on it. But as of actually, I need to go check it after this. Competition pool is full of water. We started filling that yesterday. So it is about full, and then we're going to start filling leisure tomorrow. And we plan to open next Saturday to a wonderful weather and crowd. So excited to get the pool season going. Next Saturday we opened. I want to shout out a couple of volunteer groups. We have an awesome group of volunteers. Our community, again, we have so many awesome parks. I want to shout out the Friends of Ferguson Disc Golf. Not only did they do a creek cleanup that was planned and cleaned up way more of that creek than I thought there was in that creek, from tires to couches to fridges. But then also after the storm, that park got hit really bad with trees. They went in and fixed it that next day. And that's something that, again, our public works, they would do, but don't always have the time and can't commit to those things right away. The fact that our disc golf course got back up and running within a couple days, all based on volunteers. These are a wonderful group of guys, so want to give them a shout out. Another awesome group is our Ferguson Farmers Market volunteers. They are there at 5:30 a.m. every Saturday. We're still recruiting, so if anyone loves waking up early on a Saturday morning to get our market set up for our vendors, really proud of these guys and doing it for so long. John's awesome. So love them. And then Marsha's already mentioned it, but we have a new group that came to us that want to start focusing on native planting, native landscaping, increasing the beauty of our parks and our neighborhoods and our houses and all of that stuff. So working with them to start greening Ferguson, as she mentioned, they got a kickoff celebration, again, Parks and Rec. We love to support any volunteer groups, any groups, again, that want to help make our parks awesome. So really excited for this greening Ferguson to get off the ground. So definitely come out on May 31st. And just lastly, touch on everything that's coming up. Again, our market opened 2 weeks ago. We've had a great number of vendors, a new farmer, bunch of new stuff there, fun activities every single Saturday. As we mentioned, it's our Saturday morning tradition. Hope to see, again, everyone in the community there every single Saturday. Shop local, shop healthy with us. Again, Splash Wabash opens up next Saturday. I'm very excited for that. Get the pool season. We have lifeguard training this weekend, getting all of them. We actually have fully staffed again, which is incredible. It's not a normal trend to have so many interested lifeguards and young kids wanting to work for us. So very excited. Our adventure camp starts 2 weeks after that. We're taking 220 kids this summer at the community center. So of course, ready for all of them. We got Lures and Ladders with our wonderful fire department coming up on June 6th. Again, this is free fishing day, so you don't need a license. MDC will be there with free fishing poles, 8 to noon, free fishing, family fishing, fun. And the fire department will clean your fish for you. Unfortunately, our concert series got to get canceled last Friday because of weather. Our next one is June 12th with the Chaz 45 band. They're a local band. We're very excited to have them. And then we actually have a makeup session on September 11th. So that 80s band that couldn't perform in June, they agreed to come back, keep their deposit, no charge on that to start. So we'll have a September 11th concert as well in September to end the season. And then we have our wonderful Juneteenth celebration that Parks and Rec will be helping with. Jonathan's hosting that. And again, that is June 13th from 2 to 7 at Forestwood. And then our Ferguson 4th of July parade will be July 4th, starting at 10 a.m. Marching down from the firehouse all the way to Plaza at 501 North Florissant, Jeremy Wabash. And just so you guys know, for those that aren't aware, we did decide not to have our evening celebration because of the cost of fireworks and tariffs and all of that. The park board did vote to not plan for that this year, so there won't be an evening celebration. Also, that helps with our city resources, so we're not tying fire and police to the park or anything like that, so they'll be more available for the community. So we are just going to have our parade this year. So 10 a.m. do the parade. Should be a good one. Our theme is holiday themed. So we've got some exciting things planned for that, some secrets and stuff that we're working on. So be really big, cool, awesome parade this year. Very excited about that. And then ending our big summer stuff in August with our pop-up splash pad party. That's held on the parking lot between fire and police. Again, our wonderful police and fire department gets the kids cooled in the August heat. So usually we kind of end the summer that way. That's July 25th, sorry. End of July. And those are all the updates I have for you guys. I will happily answer any questions.
Thank you, Joseph, for the presentation. That's news to me that we're not going to have any night festivities, but I understand why. Okay, so a resident, Mr. Roy, came and spoke about the restrooms, and I hear you. So for clarity, or are you stating that when you all repair the restrooms, you said the estimate is $19,000? Is that for the restrooms in the front or the restrooms in the back, or both restrooms?
Just the restrooms in the front. We
Okay.
demolished those ones in the back. They don't
The ones in the
exist
back,
anymore.
okay.
So just the ones in the front. And that was third-party contract. If we contracted that, obviously I'd have to go to bid for that then. I wanted to get estimates, but we are going to try some things in-house to at least get them operational as soon as we can.
Okay, so they'll be operational as soon as they can be, but eventually we are going to get the restrooms
We're gonna-
totally renovated.
Gonna have to. put some
Okay,
money
so
into them.
that'll probably happen in the next FY, not this FY.
Definitely not this fiscal year. Yeah, we'll have to look at capital in the budget and some of those
Okay.
discussions coming up to see.
Okay, so that could be a capital improvement. Okay, and what about the tennis court lights? Because he mentioned that those aren't operating. I guess some are not working, or I don't know. Are you aware?
I'm not fully aware. I will follow up with my staff and figure out what's going on with the lights in general. Typically, though, the lights, again, there has to be either a permit for a reservation, event, anything like that gets put in the system. And then that's when the lights are. We don't normally keep the lights on unless it's a reservation. The tennis courts are reserved.
Okay,
So-
well, and that's why I'm asking the questions for the clarity, so that we all understand the process. So you're saying at night, the tennis court lights can be turned on if there's a reservation, which
Yes.
means you have to complete an event application.
Correct,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, and I don't know if that's something that's new that's been implemented, or if we've always done it that way. Okay, and that's fine. Again, I'm asking so we can all be on the same page. What else was asked? Okay, the benches. They do sit low because I've sat on the benches. Or are you all planning on, putting that in the CIP, the renovation of the benches? Is that on your agenda to do?
Yeah, I'm not in capital, but I have a long list of things, projects and stuff we get to. Today, one of the jet skis just fell apart this morning as well. So yeah, we have a long list that again, I'm working with Corey and Leon, to figure out priorities and, again, they do all of our parks maintenance in-house, so, having to prioritize where we can put effort in. Most things like that wouldn't be a capital, it'd just be in our, maintenance budget.
Your
And
maintenance
a lot of it comes down to the time of the guys and
Okay.
that stuff.
So you said that you all don't budget for vandalism. Is that something that we should start doing? Because Parks does have its own budget.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, sorry if I misspoke. I do
No,
budget
that's
for
okay.
vandalism. Typically though, it's around $10,000 to $20,000. Just for example, the Hudson Park, the lights, electrical, plumbing, came to about $9,000. So just that one incident of vandalism, somebody stealing all that copper one night cost us 80% of my vandalism budget. A lot of times more graffiti, fixing those kind of things. It just depends on, again, one little thing can be a lot.
okay. And lastly, so back to the restrooms in Forest Wood Park, are they open? How does that work? The process, do you all unlock them in the morning, or they're on a timer? Can you explain that, please?
Yeah, we implemented a couple of years ago, all the park restrooms are on timers. They're digital locks, so we can choose the time. Typically, it changes each year. We try to do dusk till dawn, typically when the parks are open, so that if you're there when the park's open, you have a bathroom to go to. We have changed it some. Forest Wood particular, because we do permits, so if a football team is planning to be there till 10 o'clock at night, we do keep them past dusk. Last year we programmed those based again on rentals, but if no one was renting it or no one was paying for the fields or courts, then they would be locked again. So there are fees based on those things to keep them open, that stuff.
Okay, so there are fees. Okay, and lastly, what about the power washing of the tennis courts? Is that something that we do annually for maintenance, or?
Not annually, it's just, again, it's a long list of wish list. I wish we had more time and staff to get some of that stuff done. But it is I do have it on we gotta get sometime this spring. Our spring list, spring went a lot faster than I thought it would. So yeah, it's things that if we could get to, we will. They're definitely on our radar for sure.
Thank you.
Yes, Mike.
You described the Great Rivers Greenway project. The one you described, is that just the West Florissant Community Park to the Ted Jones Trail?
Yes, that is one separate project, completely self-funded, completely differently through Great Rivers Greenway.
I know it's been discussed for about 10 years now. Do they actually think it's ever going to be complete?
I'm told right now they're gonna go to bid in August.
But they got to deal with MSD because that's
No, we're just not gonna build that middle part. They're gonna bid out, they're gonna do West Florissant to Forest Wood. That's all the plans are approved, everything's ready to go, the funding is there. Great Rivers Greenway has had the funding for this. And we were waiting on the railroad contract. We actually got that for that underpass.
Right.
The railroad didn't want to give us access to underneath the railroad on Paul. We actually got that last December. That was the biggest holdup, and then we weren't expecting MSD to go back on the plans they kind of semi-approved at 70% years and years ago. But no, right now they're gonna go to bid and build from Florissant to Forestwood, and then there'll be not a trail, and then go from the overpass to Ted Jones. That, again, it could change.
Right.
But right now, GRG will go to bid in August, hopefully.
And there's another phase that I had heard about in the past that went down Suburban. Is that still a thing?
GRG plans about 20 years plus out. They're still in their long-term plan though. Their giant Maling Creek plan is to go then from our Ted Jones all the way down Suburban and into Kinlock. It'll connect actually then to 501. They want to be a part of what we do there. But again, it could be 10 years plus down the road.
Yeah, they said it might be very cost prohibitive because the discussion was to go under Florissant Road through a drainage box culvert, which would be somewhat troublesome during rain or debris blockage. So
Yeah, they have a lot of high aspirations. I mean, they're still right now, they're looking at going over, was it Newhall's Ferry to get over to Bellefontaine Park? That's their big thing. They want to do a giant overpass. So again, they have very high aspirations. So.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilman Williams.
Security cameras at the parks, and when's the last time we had a forest ranger or park ranger?
We've never had a park ranger stuff. We work with our police department to patrol and all that, and they do a wonderful job. Some of our parks do have cameras. A lot of the issues with the internal bathroom stuff is that we cannot put a camera in the bathroom. So we can show, I'll send the police department footage of who went in around what time we thought, but most of the time it's hard to prosecute based on, you don't know what actually happened in there, could have been done before. So bathrooms are one of the hardest things, but we do have a lot of cameras. At Hudson Park, we have installed some security systems now that will alert if anything's like that. We're also working on our locks and some of that kind of stuff as well to keep it more secure and alert the police department when any vandalism's happening. But the bathrooms are the hardest thing. That's why it's a nationwide trend. Is we can't put cameras in the bathroom to know who did.
And I have noticed the changes at the community center. So I get a yearly membership every year. That outdoor playground is excellent. My son loves it. And I've used some of the new equipment. So you guys did a great job with that. Also, for some of the toilets, you think some of these plumbing companies will fix it for free, maybe write it off as a tax write-off, You think that's possible?
I've not asked directly, but something that, we try to work with our vendors and them understand what they're, what job they're looking at and that it's good for the community and stuff like that. So if you know of any vendors who would want to throw their hat in for that, we'd do it. But a lot of time, obviously, if it's a bigger project, we'll have to bid it out anyway, so.
Well, I want to thank you for moving into Ferguson. We got to move home. And thank you for that. And on another note, is there any way that you might be able to, this is just an ask, if you might be able to power wash that tennis court for this weekend? Is it possible? I'm just asking.
Yeah, I'll ask, like I said, Corey and his team handle all that stuff, so I will, ask the city manager to see what we can get done.
Okay, and a dusk to dawn light or with a motion detector, it seemed like it might be sort of cheap. I don't know if it is or not. So when somebody goes in there, it comes on, and then most of the time when that comes on, they think it's a camera. Just the element of surprise, just something to try to, because I know cameras are expensive and everything, but just something to deter the vandalism.
Yeah, it's all about deterring. So we're looking into every option we can.
All righty.
Thank you.
I did want to say. Thank you, Joseph. I did want to point out that there was a lot of questions surrounding maintenance and that type of things. Council's aware, I think, and I don't know if the public is, it's the same 12 guys that are doing your park maintenance, your street repairs, the mowing the grass, everything. It's literally a 12-man team of Public Works that's taking care of all that. So when we talk about being spread thin, it's a very real thing that there's 12 guys that are doing all that. So just keep that in mind. We're talking about power washing, the pool, bathrooms, mowing, all of that. That's 12 guys. And that's saying that they're all healthy every day of the week and at work. There's no call-ins, no family emergencies, none of that. Like that's 12 dudes. So just wanted to point that out. The only other thing I wanted, there was a public comment about 1101 Haley Drive. I looked it up while I was sitting here. There's already 2 nuisance findings on that property and a lien on the property. So it is in the process and things are being done for that, just for the public's reference. But that's all I have for my report. If there's questions, I'm more than happy to answer.
Yes.
Just to follow up to that, sorry, Mayor, 1101 Haley. So you said it's in the process, there's a lien on the property. So what does that mean really to the resident though?
So there's 2 nuisance findings in the system right now that they're being called in for. Basically, they get called in, we talk about the violation and they have so much time to handle the violation. If it's tall grass, if it's trash, if it's mildew on the siding, it depends on what the offense is. But saying it's in the system means it's in the process. That usually takes about 14 days to address typically, is what it boils down to.
Okay.
That's the same property we trim the bushes on and stuff too.
Right, that is, and
And that's what the lien is for.
because it's been like that for a while. It's been over 14
And
days, so.
We only have so much legally that we're allowed to do on private
Right.
property. So,
So we're trying to work with the owner.
correct.
Okay.
There's a couple things that I wanted, just small things. I noticed, our paving joints, when they pave the street, they do it half. I think it's 12 foot at a time or 8 foot at a time. A couple citizens brought up about the construction joint going down the middle.
So the construction joint is never part of the initial contract. They do the edge joints as part of the actual paving. It's Public Works' job to go back in the fall typically and seal up that seam in the middle, but that is something that they're aware of and they'll take care of. It's never part of the bidding process.
Okay, and would you, would you, just say a little bit about the dumping that we're having a problem with, at the Snooks lot? You know, I know that's a big topic on your plate right now.
So that's also in our system. Code enforcement has talked to the property owner. What it boils down to, it's private property. It's their responsibility to take care of it. We suggested cameras, signage, other things. Our 2 options are talk to the property owner and they deal with it, or we ticket the property owner and we go in and haul the trash off ourselves, but then we're gonna ticket them for that expense. So we would much rather the property owner take care of their property and kind of go that route, but as the city, those are our 2 options.
Okay, and I'd like for you to address the limbs. Let the citizens know about if you stack the limbs on the easement.
So basically, we just had a storm come through. We have to clear the right of ways. So we're gonna get all the tree limbs out of the street so that people can drive on them. If the tree fell off private property, we're not gonna haul that tree away. It's gonna be your responsibility because it's your tree. So we will pile it back up on the private property. It's your responsibility to get rid of that. If it was a tree that is a city tree, so it's in an easement, we will take that away and come back and chip it and take care of it. But if it fell on your property, we got it out of the street, it's still your tree. We're not gonna take it away. Does that answer your question for the most part?
Yes, that's fine.
Yeah.
Councilman Castle.
Do you recall the contract for resurfacing Robert between Elizabeth and Florissant Road? Does that include speed humps?
I do not know off the top of my head, but I want to say it did not because it was an STP project, but don't quote me. I can get you an answer though and email you. STP projects are government funded. They typically will not include speed humps. If it's a private funded project, like with ARPA dollars, we tried to include them because we can do that. But the bid process, when it's coming from the federal dollars, we can't implement our own standards, if that makes sense. It's going to be to a set standard.
So unless we appropriate to do that in the next fiscal year.
It would be additional dollars. Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And there is always the opportunity, like if the project came in under budget and we had additional money, we could go back, but the likelihood of that in today's economy is very slim.
Councilman Franklin.
City manager, how often are we finding, I guess, businesses that we're seeing dumping happen?
Truthfully, we try not to. We're trying not to find them. We would like to have conversations with them about addressing the problems. We don't want to put more burden on a business that may already be struggling in today's economy. We would much rather go have a discussion with code being present, just telling them what's going on with the property. I'm just saying those are our two options.
Right, I got you. So I would just recommend, you know, you gotta have some skin in the game. So we understand they may or not be responsible for dumping, but it's your property, so you're responsible for cleaning it up. And if they're unwilling to take additional efforts to secure their land, their property, I think we should hold them accountable. And one of the things we can do is, okay, we ticket them, whatever that fine amount is in our ordinances, but we're willing to waive it if they clean it up. And another thing, your staff or even our businesses, well, actually our staff, if we're able to find pieces of mail that ties someone to that dump, you can forward it over to St. Louis County and let them handle that illegal dumping enforcement. But you know, because I think now the word is out, I can get away with it. Or well, they're not going to really press me if someone's dumping on this property. And I think every business on that lot is making money. So if they don't want to install cameras, signage, you know, making sure their staff maintain, you know, the storefronts, the alleyways, but it's getting kind of bad back there. So we may have to fine, but you always can waive it if there's compliance. So just something to think about.
Definitely.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Now we'll move to special presentations. We have a special presentation from SLSLS.
Hi, my name is Anna Ramtula. I'm the Director of Client Services for St. Louis Survivors Legal Support, or SLSLS. We are a nonprofit organization. We opened our doors April of 2023, so we're 3 years old, 3 years strong. We are also, we offer free legal representation to victims of intimate partner violence. Right now, we only take cases in St. Louis County, but hopefully if we get more funding, we can spread it out to St. Louis City and outlining counties. So I will not take too much of your time, but I just wanted to come and, first of all, thank you for having me and letting me explain who we are, what we do, and why we do it. Some of the national statistics, there are 12 million acts of intimate partner violence, otherwise known as IPV, in the United States every year. 3.2 million children witness IPV in their homes. More than 1 in 3 women, more than 1 in 4 men have experienced IPV in a year. Even worse for Black women and trans individuals. For most victims, leaving the abuser is really not an option, even though a lot of people say, why can't you just leave? Or, you know, you have a job, you get your own place. There are so many different factors that go into it that make it very, very difficult for a victim to leave the abuser. Poverty is definitely one of those things. Poor women are 7 times more likely to stay. There are 50 acts, 2.5 years, 50 acts or 2.5 years before a victim leaves her abuser. There are like 7 attempts to leave before she actually takes that final step to even call for help. And the children that are exposed to IPV even though they're not directly abused, it affects them neurologically and it affects their development. It causes psychological problems, and boys are 10 times more likely to become abusers, while girls are 6 times more likely to become abused. Now, orders of protection people have always said that it's just a piece of paper, but it's no longer just a piece of paper. 50% of the respondents actually get held accountable. They're being told to stay no contact, and they are being held accountable because in St. Louis County, about 15 years ago, the former Judge Burton, he's retired, who is also the executive director of this organization. Before he retired, he created the contempt court in St. Louis County. And what that is, it is part of the DV court, domestic violence court. And when a victim gets a full order of protection, if the abuser violates it, then she can file and I say she only because the majority of the victims are women. So, but we take any victims despite gender or sexual orientation. Just for the sake of this presentation, I'm just using the pronoun she. So a victim can go, if the abuser violates the order of protection, the victim can go to back to court and file a motion for contempt and get a special prosecuting attorney assigned to the case who will then prosecute those violations. And each violation, depending on the severity, can cost the respondent, who is the abuser, up to six months in jail per violation. And that's the St. Louis Contempt Court. No other county in the state has it. The city doesn't have it. And hopefully if we do move to the city, we can work on that. The problem is that there's a lack of attorneys. First of all, attorneys are expensive. And like we said, the majority of victims are usually in poverty, so they can't afford an attorney. And there are very little legal services. There's Legal Services of Eastern Missouri, there's us, there's Crimes Victim Center, but there's so many more victims that so many of these organizations have to turn people away. The issues are financial issues. They have supervised exchanges when they have children, and the majority of orders of protection involve children and custody issues. And how can you exchange co-parent with someone that is abusive? It's very hard. With an attorney, with an order of protection, there are things in the form that only an attorney or someone that's well-versed with orders of protection that a person who doesn't have that background would not know. In the petition, you can ask the court for multiple things: financial assistance from the respondent, supervised exchanges, visitations, or no custody temporarily. Firearms can be relinquished, substance abuse treatments, batteries intervention programs, and now since 2011. The orders of protection, if there's a section where if the judge finds that it is severe or severe danger, then an order of protection can go more than just a year. It can be up to 10 years. Now, SLSLS, what we're doing is we're assisting people with orders of protection, not just representing them, but we've partnered up with 10 different police departments. We've got more than 15 volunteer advocates. We have over 150 over 150 volunteer attorneys. And these are attorneys who have regular jobs at law firms, but they're volunteering their time to help us and take on these cases, and we train them in domestic violence and IPV. We've partnered up with some hospitals, SSM and Mercy in particular, who help when they identify a victim, they send them to us. Excuse me. We are partnering up with schools. We've actually just partnered up with, we've created the North County Justice Project, which involves St. Louis County libraries and some of the North County precinct and the Florissant PD, where every day of the week, someone from SLSLS is stationed there to help the community come in and fill out a petition remotely so that they don't have to go to the courthouse, because we understand that not everyone has the means to get to Clayton, and then there's parking and it's confusing and it's intimidating, but at least with, we'll be at Natural Bridge Branch, Lewis and Clark Branch, the North County Precinct and Florissant PD. Also, I will be at the Order Protection Office Mondays, Fridays, and Tuesdays. So we're trying to be out in the community so that we can make it easier for the victims, for petitioners to have a way to fill out the petition. And we're trying to create a holistic approach and not just get them an order of protection. We also help them with filing the motion for contempt, enforcing is that my cue? Okay. Enforcing the full order protection. We also follow up with our clients after the fact to make sure that they have everything they need. We determine first if an order of protection is exactly what they need at this time, because their safety is the priority. Sometimes it's not the right time, and that's okay. They can always call us back when they're ready. I skipped through a lot, and I think I went through most of it. We just hired a director of community engagement, who will also be out in the community with me. We've got a multitude of community partners, alive with shelters, counseling centers, Monarch, immigration resources, and we even help anyone that comes to us. We don't just help them legally. We make sure that everything else is, they have everything else they need. So if it's counseling, we don't offer counseling, but we're partnered up with the community, and we can connect them to the right counseling organization. Or if it's housing, we connect them with an organization that helps them with housing. If it's helping with utilities or transportation or phones or Ring doorbell cameras, there are organizations in the community that help, and we've connected with a lot of them, and we're continuing to connect with them so that someone doesn't just get an order of protection and then they're stuck and then have to go back to the abuser because they have nothing else to help, no one else to help them. We also help them with traffic warrants. Now, we just don't do traffic warrants, but we understand that some people have traffic warrants and they're afraid to go to court for their order of protection hearing because they're afraid to get arrested. So we ask them if they have a warrant or any warrants, and we will help them get that warrant recalled so that they can go to court and feel safe going to court. And we also help with appellate representation, but only if it's regarding order protection. We've had cases where we've gotten a full order protection and the respondent or the abuser comes back and files an appeal. At that point, we will help them through the appeal portion of it. We just hired a custody attorney because we realized that the majority of our clients have children with the abusers, and it was very difficult to help them through the order of protection, but then have to send them over to another organization for the custody, and it just makes it complicated. So we just hired a custody attorney who will be taking on custody cases within order of protection cases. And we are different from other legal services because we only focus on intimate partner violence. So that's all we do is handle matters of intimate partner violence. And the reason we chose that to focus on that is because domestic violence is a large umbrella, but intimate partner violence adds factors to the situation that make it more dangerous when you talk about matters of the heart. And that is it. Do you have any questions?
First, I want to thank you for coming out tonight and sharing this information with our community, because this year we've had some domestic tragedies that have affected our youth and our adults in this community. So I just wanted to be some clarity. What is the fee for your services?
Oh, we're free. We're free.
You said free.
Free.
Okay, that's we like free. We like to hear that.
We're free.
And what's the best way for individuals to get in touch with your organization?
Well, there's brochures, flyers, and can I show?
Sure.
Behind the brochures and on the flyers, there's QR codes. that takes you right over to our online application, and you just fill out the application, we'll get it. And another thing that makes us different is that we have a 24-hour response. If we get an online application, we get a phone call, we get an email, we follow up within 24 hours.
And I just wanted to encourage the community that's here tonight, take one of those brochures. You may not be in that type of situation, but we all have family, friends that have been through something, and it could save a life or two. So please take a brochure before you leave tonight.
Yes, Councilwoman Covington.
Okay, a quick question. Are those located at the police department, Ferguson's police department, those brochures?
I have, Ferguson is one of our partnered PDs, and I've been to Ferguson. I've put some flyers up. We just updated some of the blue sheets that they have. Any officer here. Officers at the police station have seen the blue sheets, and they've given it out to victims, but we're gonna update those with our schedules.
Okay, and then my next question is there a time when you like cut off your service for a victim, or do you continue to help them all the way to the end?
I have clients that still call me from 2023, and it's not that, we always tell our clients, like, if anything arises, let us know. So it's holistic, it's not just, okay, we helped you, bye-bye, have a good life. It's like, we really do care about our clients and the victims and their entire well-being. So I've had a client call me today, and we helped her in 2023. And she's still going through, 2024, and she's still going through a custody battle with her abuser. And she has a free attorney for the custody, but sometimes she'll ask me about things like, well, what do I do if just other resources, therapy for the kids. I just got her, her play therapy for the children. And I urged her to she likes music. I urged her to, try the band project, the music band project, which is therapy through music.
And then my last question, you kind of hit on it. What kind of resources do you have for the children that's involved?
Us, SLSLS, we will represent children as well, but if it's anything, because we operate like a law firm, but free. So, but we know that it doesn't just stop with getting that order protection. It's other things that take place that keep you safe, that keep you from going back. So that's why we try to connect with as many partnering organizations in the community so that we can connect, because it really does take a village. We're handling one aspect of it, but then all these organizations are taking care of other aspects. And if we all try to work together so we can get the community safe and at peace. You're welcome. Any other questions?
Any other questions? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
We move to a public hearing. We have 4 this evening. Public hearings for PZ 26-1, special use permit for adult daycare center at 301 South Florissant Avenue. City manager.
Yeah, this has already went through the planning and zoning committee. We have the public hearing tonight, so I don't know if anybody's signed up for that portion or not.
Oh, that's good. Are there any questions, comments from council or anything? Got any questions about this? Oh, is she coming? Oh, is she here? Okay. Oh, sorry, ma'am.
Good evening,
Good evening.
everyone. My name is Lori Tillman, and I currently have a business at 299 South Florissant Road, which is already a in-home home health care services that provides in-home services for elderly individuals. We have proudly served the community for over 15 years. And we relocated our office to Ferguson, maybe around about 2 years ago. Over the years, we have supported individuals with disabilities through in-home and consumer-directed services. One need that Vision has is that we need an adult daycare because oftentimes our clients are in need of daycare, so they outsource to go to a different daycare. So we figured it would be much more easier if all of our services was combined in one. Our goal is to expand our existing office by utilizing the adjoining suite to create a small adult day program servicing approximately 10 to 15 individuals. This program will allow us to provide structured daytime support, social engagement, and skill building while continuing the in-home services we already provide. We believe this expansion will strengthen services for local residents with disability, support families in Ferguson community, and allow individuals to remain connected to a provider they already trust. We appreciate the opportunity to continue growing and servicing the community here in Ferguson. That's it.
Any questions?
Any more questions?
Yes, Councilman Williams?
We gotta be licensed by the state.
Yes, all of our businesses licensed through the state of Medicaid, Medicare, and private as well.
Any questions? Right, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I got.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I was summoned to come too. I am the owner of the plaza. I'm here for Ms. Lori Tillman and Ms. Stephanie Brown. A reason why I'm here is for the support of these two young ladies I've been knowing for several years. Like she's been in the community for over 17 years, between here, Florissant and Ferguson. So we have several locations. Matter of fact, it's been very, very difficult in getting the process done for the approvals for the tenants that I'm trying to place. Ms. Tillman, she actually applied for this user permit back in January. And today is, I think it's May.
May 12th, yeah.
And that's an extremely long time to get a response to get to this point. So I'm asking the council to assist us because our whole desire is to provide economic development to communities. That's why we're investors that come in and buy commercial properties to help businesses that might not get a chance to get an opportunity to do their dream. So we're into enforcing and supporting whatever is needed, but we was asking if there could be a simpler process, you know, rather than 6 to 7 months to get a person to a stage to get them, you know, an occupancy permit inspection or to get an approval to even get in a unit. You know, so we're trying to see what we can do to work with you guys to see what we can do to streamline our process so we can do better by helping our tenants and our clients as we service them in this community. So.
If you don't mind, I'll answer it. So point blank, it depends on what you're zoned as and kind of working through the planning and zoning process. So I'll be completely blunt with you. We didn't have a great team in place when it came to community development, planning and zoning. Probably a year and a half. We have a better team in place right now with Luke and Nathan. They're very good about going through our zoning codes and what's acceptable and what's not. When it comes to adult daycare, child daycare, those type of things, there's certain stipulations within the code that you have to pass. Adult daycare, for example, is permitted under a special use permit. And that process, no matter what, is at least 3 steps long. So you have to go through planning and zoning, then it has to come to city council for a public hearing, and then it has to go through 2 readings as an ordinance to grant the special use permit. So no matter what, you're looking at a minimum of 6 weeks, and that's in best case scenario. Typically, you're probably looking at more of 8 to 12 weeks. But a lot of the fault does go back on the staff we had previously, but they are working at a much quicker pace currently than they were previously. So just to address that, kind of
I
how it
appreciate
goes.
that.
Yeah.
Okay, another question. So Ms. Steph Brown, she went into what used to be Honey's shop, been there 30 years. Like, it was 30 years, she's been there 30 years. It's almost like a grandfather kind of shop. It's just been just a staple, so to speak. So I redid the inside of it. It made it very nice. A young lady went in there. She was in there approximately a year. It shut down from that point, 30 days. Ms. Steph Brown, she stepped up to the plate. We initiated the same process we had for the other young lady. And it comes to find out she needs a special user permit for the location that's been there over 30 years.
And
And
that-
we're just trying to figure out what kind of.
That one in
process-
particular is based on the number, because you're only allowed so many of a specific use within that district. And because we're DT1, DT2, DT3, depending on the district, there's a certain amount that you're allowed to have of that business. And that's why it required a special use permit in that scenario. Had there been no other people with that same use, then you probably would have been number 1 to the table and it would have been allowed. But once you get to that certain number, then there has to be another process in place.
Okay,
It's just outlined in the code that way.
okay. Well, we appreciate you. Thank you.
Motion to approve the special use permit.
There's a motion on the floor. Second.
I second Amika Covington.
Seconded. That we approve the. Whoa. This is just the public hearing.
Yeah.
That can't happen.
We talked about this.
No,
It is.
that would be
but-
ordinances later, remember that?
No, this cannot happen. That's out. My bad.
So we withdraw the motion, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you said it out of order. So it's a legal motion, right? So it doesn't mean trouble. Just say it doesn't order. It's out of order.
I'll withdraw the motion.
Okay. Yes, I did. City clerk. Next one we have this, the next one is on the agenda for this evening is PC 26-16, special use permit for a home child care center, 318 South Delwood Drive. We have a planning and zoning 26-16 special use permit, home child care, 318 South Delwood Drive. City manager, can you provide information on this hearing?
Yeah, this is the same process. So this already went through planning and zoning. This evening is the public hearing for anybody to speak about it. I'm not sure if anybody signed up to speak about this, but that's why I would default to our clerk to call that roll.
Jamel and India Liddell, sorry.
Good evening. My name is India Liddell. This is my husband, Jamel Liddell. We're actually from Florissant. But we wanted to speak in support of the special permit request for Faith Move Daycare. It's more than just a childcare center. Excuse me, sorry. It's a family-owned business. It's been a trusted part of the community for more than 20 years. At 8 weeks old, our son, we had a trouble finding somewhere for him to go. And Faith Move Daycare was right there. They help shape the minds, confidence, and futures of countless children. We have a 1-year-old, or we had a 1-year-old who can count to 100 and count in Spanish. So they're such an integral part to the families that they serve. Excuse me. For many families, Faith Move Daycare has provided not only dependable childcare, but a strong educational foundation during some of the most important developmental years of the child's life. Their commitment to children, families, and the community has remained consistent for decades. And that type of long-standing dedication deserves recognition and support. A business does not remain successful for over 2 decades without earning the trust and respect of the families that it serves. The impact Faith Move Daycare has had can be seen through many children who have grown, learned, and thrived under their care, specifically for 26 years. We respectfully ask that the board approve this special permit so that they can continue to serve not only my child, but the families that they positively impact, and for future generations going forward. Thank you.
Jamie Bradford Henry.
Hello, I'm Jamie Bradford Henry, 5935 Dressel. I'm here to speak on behalf of Faith Move Home Daycare. It was my mother's daycare for over 26 years. I just wanted to bring my son, he's now about to be 12. He was also a child of the daycare, of course, that was his grandmother. But my son now, he is very smart, very intelligent. He holds the top math score last year and this year for the math test. He's a Boy Scout as well. So, being under my mother's care, it's just not oh, this is my grandson. He had to call her Miss Linda. Okay. So she wanted to give him, along with all the other kids, the same love. One thing about my mother with Ferguson, I wanted to send a gratitude of thanks to Ferguson because they did come out and personally give us condolences. We just lost our mother on the 27th of March. We don't have a father. We lost our mother. I'm the oldest. I'm 44. All we have left is a 93-year-old grandmother and the matriarch of our family now, which is Faith Move Home Daycare. That's kind of like, I feel like I didn't lose her all the way because I still have a piece of the childcare. My sister here has been in business with her as well since she started. My mother started 26 years ago at 40. My sister is now 40, so this is kind of an emotional roller coaster. But hopefully that you all approve the business to stay alive, because that's our mother. Like, that's all we have, so we don't have a father. Our family is very small and she's gone. So that's it. That's all we have to hold us, And we were gonna love it the same way she loved it. Taking care of the neighborhood, making sure everybody stays safe. We complained if anything, wasn't right. So we don't have a problem with keeping the relationship open with you all. But I really thank you all, please, and keep us in your prayers because this is very hard. Yes.
How many children?
That would be for her to answer. Yeah, if I'm certified now, I'm a hairstylist. So after my mother passed, I actually walked away from something that I loved doing for the last 18 years to go get certified and go through all the steps that you are required and also for the states and require. So if she needs me, then I will be there again so this can stay a family ran business at home, so she will be able to answer those questions for you. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Vanity Bradford. I'm Linda Bradford's daughter. Just a little background on Faith Move, like I already told you. She's been open for over 26 years. She was the only licensed daycare facility in her ward since the rezoning, which was over 10 years ago. Before that, it was Learning Days and her that was in that zone, which they actually relocated with Dr. Shakita Morgan, but she's in a different zone in a different state as of now. But once again, my mom was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. They gave her 3 months to live. She lasts 5. So she originally applied for the special permit through her sickness and hospitalization. She slipped through the cracks and wasn't aware that they changed it to every year you have to get relicensed because originally that's what, once you were licensed, you were licensed. So that's why I'm here. She applied for the original special permit. Unfortunately, she passed before that happened. She's licensed for 10 kids through the state of Missouri and always through Ferguson was 8. So to answer your question specifically.
So city manager, shouldn't they be grandfathered in the special use permit if it's existing business?
No, childcare has to be renewed regularly. SUPs have to be every 7 years, no matter what.
Oh, 7 years, okay.
No, okay. I think I caught that, but I'm not really sure.
No questions. Right, thank you.
All right.
And, before we leave this.
Right.
Yes.
I wanted clarity. I was wrong. It's every 6 years. And technically, they never received an SUP at the beginning. And so we're just trying to get them back into compliance with that at the beginning. So they never had the SUP they should have, but you do have to renew it every 6 years, no matter what.
Before we leave this, special use permit, I would like everybody to give this young man a round of applause for him being a Boy Scout and leave bringing that. This concludes the public hearing for PZ 2617. 16. Now we're moving on to we have a special use permit. It's for PZ 2617 for adult daycare at 247 South Florissant Avenue. We have the planning and zoning P 2617 special use permit adult daycare center at 247 South Florissant Road. City manager, can you provide information for this hearing?
Yeah, this is also already went through planning and zoning. I'll defer to Clerk London to see if we had anybody sign up for public comment on this one.
Melody Young? Yes, there I am. Hello, good evening. I'm Melanie Young. I'm the owner of Saving Grace Home Healthcare. I was originally located in Hazelwood, Missouri, but I moved to downtown Ferguson because of the space. Like my counterpart, like she said, I would like to request a special use permit for the adult day center because I service a lot of seniors and a lot of those that have developmental disabilities. And with that, they're always looking for daily activities, things to do, a place to go to prevent isolation, loneliness, and just kind of get out, to get out and be around their peers. So normally what I find is I service them for the home health care services, but when it comes time for the adult day center, I have to, refer them to somewhere else. So I'm just trying to get the permit so that everything can be in-house. And I don't have to, send them out, separate.
Councilman Franklin?
Do you recall when you applied for this permit, when you started the process?
It was February.
February?
Yes.
Thanks.
Councilman Williams?
Will you guys be licensed?
Yes, so I am a licensed provider with the state of Missouri. I have a partnership with United Healthcare, and I have a veterans contract where I work with veterans as well. So in order to even be a participant of the adult day center or the home healthcare, you have to be approved by the state of Missouri.
Any relation to the young lady that came before, that's doing an adult daycare?
No, I'm not. I just learned that she was next door maybe like 2 weeks ago when I had the hearing with the committee.
Okay.
Now, I think you told us in the P and Z meeting that you deal with special needs.
Correct.
So the two are different. Am I right on that?
No, the participants could be either seniors or ones that have developmental disabilities, the special needs. But they would have to also, again, they still would have to be approved by the state to come to the center.
And would you tell us your qualifications? I think you let us know.
So I am a licensed social worker. I've been a social worker with the Department of Mental Health for the last 17 years. And I've owned this home healthcare business for 8.
Anything else?
No.
Okay, I just want you to get your whole.
No.
Yeah,
Is there
sorry.
any other questions?
Oh, no, that'd be it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Have a
you.
good evening.
That concludes the public hearing for PZ 2617. Now we move to the next special use permit. We're looking at PZ 2620, special use permit for numerical limits exception for a salon at 303 South Florissant Road. City manager.
Thank you, Mayor. This one is a numerical limit exception, on the special use permit for the salon. Because of the way the zoning's road, like I alluded to earlier, there is a numerical limit. This one in particular is taking a little bit longer than normal, due to us having some council meeting interruptions and delays and other things. We only had a couple meetings a month, but it's in front of you tonight for the public hearing and we'll move through the process. So I'll default to Clerk London to see if anybody signed up to speak.
Stephanie Brown.
Hello, good evening, council members. My name is Stephanie Brown, the owner of Steph Brown Salon. Here in Ferguson, I'm trying to open in Ferguson. I want to begin by sincerely thanking the council for granting my special use permit at the planning and zoning. Your support has allowed me to take an important step towards opening Steph Brown Salon in the D2 district. Tonight, I'm here to respectfully request approval of my occupancy permit so I may begin servicing the community as a fully licensed business. Steph Brown Salon is a boutique, appointment-based salon specializing in natural hair care, protective hairstyling, lock maintenance, silk presses, and all scalp services. Since submitting my original application, I've surveyed both Ferguson residents and clients through SurveyMonkey and Vagaro. And the results show strong support for and a clear need for these services within the D2 district. Many respondents share that they're currently travel outside Ferguson to receive this type of specialized care. I want to emphasize that my salon is designed to complement, not compete with existing businesses. Because my services are appointment focused, the salon will bring steady, predictable foot traffic that can benefit surrounding restaurants, retailers, and service providers. Each of you, well, I don't know, I provided some binders. Did you need the binders again? Okay. So I did provide binders with the executive summary, the surveys and the support letters and all of my business licenses. I respectfully ask for your approval of my occupancy permit so that I may complete this process and begin servicing the community I care deeply about. Thank you for your time and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Councilman Williams? Sure.
Not really a question, just a comment. For all of the P and Z, I want to applaud you guys. Strong women leadership, opening up a business is one of the hardest things to do. And I just commend all of you guys for coming up here, asking to do that and putting your life's dreams forward and pushing it. I think your services are needed here, but I just want to commend you guys. Myself being a business owner, I know how hard it is. And when I see women stepping out and doing it, face even more challenges than I did. It's not easy, but just a comment, just want to commend you guys.
Thank you. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Good evening, council and the mayor and the business owners. I signed up to comment on the process of getting businesses and economic development in our community. It is the responsibility of the council to streamline this red tape so that businesses can come in quickly. We were able to move over $1 billion business in 30 days, and small mom and pop shop is taking 6 months to get there. I don't think it's a problem of the staff. It's the regulations that makes it very difficult. I'm just hoping that we can make it easier for business to come in our community, because we're really making money from sales tax. That's what the money the city has. So we should be doing everything we can to streamline the operations for business to come in. So I implore you to do so. That's the only, I wasn't commenting on any particular business, but I just want y'all to change the ordinance, change the rules to make it easier for business to come in. Thank you.
Yes.
I want to briefly respond to Mr. Iwanofu's comment. The reason why things take time is because there are steps that you have to go through. If you have a special use permit, it has to go through planning and zoning first. And planning and zoning meets on a certain night. They consider it, they pass it, and then it moves on to council. And once it gets to council, we're required by law to have a public hearing. Once that public hearing is conducted, depending on whether there's any objection to the business, we may be able to introduce a bill immediately and move it forward, or we may have to wait. These things are in place, and mind you, it shouldn't take 6 months. It definitely shouldn't take 6 months, but practically speaking, it probably will take 3 months, simply because they have to meet, they have to give it to council, and then we have bills, and I'm going to introduce bills for all 4 of these businesses tonight, and we're going to do the first reading tonight. So we're going to move it right forward immediately. I've got the bills here and ready to go. But we're also required to wait at least 2 weeks until our next meeting and do a second reading of these bills. So there's just certain statutory requirements that we can't circumvent. Now, as I said, that doesn't mean that it takes 6 months, because it shouldn't. But if you've got something that requires a special use permit and has to go through planning and zoning, that takes time. Now, if you're opening something that proceeds by right, for example, every zoning district has certain things that proceed by right. Other things require a special use permit. If it's something that proceeds by right, you don't come to council at all. You go to City Hall, you fill out a form, they give you a business license, and you can open right up with no delay whatsoever. The thing that delays it is when you have to go to planning and zoning and you have to go to city council. And that's being delayed for a reason. Because if somebody's opening a daycare next door to you, you want to have the right to come to council and say, well, I don't want those people parking in front of my house, or she set the playground up right next to where my baby's bedroom is, and if there's kids out on that playground at 6 in the morning, they're going to wake my baby up, or whatever. That's why we have these hearings. So, to be clear, depending on the type of business, it can be a 1-day process, it can be a several-month process, and I think staff would agree it should never be a 6-month process. And I think that that's been rectified in terms of making some improvements with staff. The only way to reduce the number of months it takes for something that requires a special use permit would be to eliminate the requirement to go to planning and zoning, or to eliminate the requirement for council to approve special use permits. And I don't think you're advocating for us to do that. So that's the situation.
With all due respect, I just want to end just a couple of seconds. Now, you talked about statute. you have the right to make ordinance. The statute doesn't, allow you to speak, allow me to speak. The project, the data center did not go to planning and zoning. It came straight to the city manager and to you guys.
The data
So-
center
hold on.
proceeded by
You-
rate because
I'll
of
let you-
zoning.
Okay, it didn't go to planning and zoning.
It
What I'm
didn't
saying
have
to you
because
is
it
that.
was an approved
Mr.
use for that zoning
Mr.
district, sir.
Mr. Kassoff, so what I'm saying is this, you as the council have the authority given to you by state statute to change some of these things, to make life easy for business to come in. To hide behind that you have to go through this process is really insulting our intelligence.
Okay, so,
That's all.
so I have a question for you, sir.
Yes,
Would you like us to eliminate planning and zoning?
that's not what I'm saying to you.
Would you?
What I'm saying to you is find a way.
Councilman Williams, Councilman. Right.
So I just wanted to remind everybody that I think it was March, we allocated X amount of dollars to revamp our zoning ordinance here in the city. So the way we do business is dated. So a lot of these things were put in place back in the 70s and 80s, and they're no longer relevant today. But because they are on the books, unfortunately, we have to follow the rules. And then, as our city manager said, some of it was on staff. We could have done this in April, but we didn't. So what I'm saying is, we're working to do better. The first step is revamping that zoning, because I'm not a big fan of the whole concept of special use permit. Like, the way I define it is completely different than the way Ferguson defines it, but I work for St. Louis County, and special use is completely different, So I think once we revamp that zoning ordinance, a lot of the problems we've seen that have happened over the years with all these long delays, and we have decent staff. And then, we got to stay on folks, and keep people accountable, because I wanted a lot of this stuff to be on the agenda in April. And folks were told it wasn't going to be on the agenda because of the election. I believe it was because of the project everybody was focused on. It took so much of my life. So that's over and that's behind us. But I just wanted to remind you that we are working to revamp that zoning. And once we do that, then we can take off the shackles.
But that's all I was saying. I
Yes,
was
sir.
saying that you have the authority to do so, and I wasn't expecting it to happen today,
Right.
but take it into consideration, if you want to grow a business, this is how you do it. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Councilman Williams, okay.
Just quick comment. So I'm trying to get a special use permit in Florissant, and they want me to do a stamp plan by architect. This is thousands of dollars. We don't require that here. So even though the system here is flawed, it doesn't make a prospective business owner spend thousands of dollars to get a stamp architect plan. I know the mayor's on planning and zoning, a lot of times he says, you can just write it on a napkin and some crayons. We just need to know what you're trying to do. It's not like that in Florissant. I handed them blueprints. They were like, no, it needs to be stamped by architect. That costs a lot of money. So our system here is not perfect, but I think it's fair.
Councilman.
City Attorney. Mr. City Attorney, I wanted to give you a head start before I give my statement, but can you look at the municipal code 23.3 and freshen up while I make a statement? We discussed this briefly a little while ago, and there was some debate about if there's no adverse comments to a special use permit, the council can vote on the matter immediately following the public hearing. There was some debate about whether that had to be a resolution or a bill, but if you read 23.3, it does say the city council may vote on the special use permit immediately following the public hearing, provided no opposition is expressed at the public hearing. If there is any opposition expressed, then the city council should not vote on the issuance of the special use permit until at least 6 days after the public hearing. This doesn't reference a resolution or a bill or an ordinance, so I would almost think we probably can vote on this evening based on what I'm reading, but I would like the attorney's opinion on the matter.
Yes, sir. So when we looked at this, by custom, this is, these permits have typically been granted by, ordinances, and ordinances are bills which per the city, charter and code require first and second readings. So you could structure the scheduling, that if you had the public hearing, on the second reading, the same night you were doing the second reading, then there would be complete harmony. You could vote immediately after the public hearing because it would be the second reading of the bill. The way it's typically been done though is to have the public hearing on the first reading, and because it is a bill, that requires a second reading, then to comply with the other portion of the code, you have to, have it voted on by, at the second reading, which is why even though one side, chapter 23.3, as you point out, says you can vote on it immediately, the requirement, the introduction of it as a bill means that it ends up being voted on 2 weeks later. As I said, this appears to be only by custom. When we looked at this, we looked at other municipalities, had these permits been granted by resolutions, and they had, and we provided that context when we gave our answer. And if they were done by resolution, then you could do it on the same night, because there's not a requirement that a resolution have a second.
So if we have a resolution, we reference it and add it to the agenda, can we vote on it tonight?
I think that would be a parliamentary question, so I would defer to the people who make that rule.
City clerk?
We'll have to read upon it. I'll do that.
Councilman Casson.
I can't find the email, but we did have an email exchange with Mr. Carey previously, in which I believe Mr. Carey stated that it was at the discretion of council in this particular circumstance, whether we did it using a bill or a resolution. I'm fairly certain that he said that it was within our discretion to do either one. There are a few things which state law requires be done by bill, but this was not one of them. If there was rezoning, I think there had to be, it had to be a bill.
Yes.
But,
That's my
but,
recollection.
but for a special use permit, it could be done by resolution. That being said, I have bills in my hand. They could be amended to be resolutions, and we could amend the agenda, introduce the resolutions and vote on them. And I'm prepared to do so if my colleagues would like to.
Councilman Franklin.
I just wanted to add that I also recall that email from our attorney saying it was at our discretion, which is why I motioned at the end of the first public hearing, because I was ready to get these things done, but I'm good with moving forward if the rest of the council is good with voting tonight.
Okay, we need to wait till we get the resolutions and all.
City manager.
I was just gonna reinforce what they had said, like you have the ordinances in front of you. If you just read it as a resolution amended as, I think you're fine. We'll just have to dictate the minutes and draft the documents. So I think
Okay,
you're fine.
city clerk, can you tell me the next available resolution number, please?
It'll be 73.
No, that's bill, resolution.
I don't have that on me. I would have to be in my computer.
Oh, wait, we have resolutions.
That's not. 2026-18.
18?
Mhm.
Okay.
So are we doing this resolution?
Mr. Mayor, can I have leave to confer with the city attorney for a moment, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
What are you putting in? I got this one is 18.
Okay.
Sponsored by you,
Yeah, and I'll make 73 for you.
I'm not-
618 4193. Everybody good?
I think so.
You and Noah.
We'll see how we
You
do.
and Noah.
Me and Noah.
Turn this mic back up. Turn it.
Okay, when we get the resolution, I'll have some motions. Okay.
Yep.
This concludes the public hearing for PZ 2620. We move to the consent agenda. We have regular ongoing mayor council meeting minutes for April 21st. Regular incoming council meetings minutes for April 21st. And special council meeting minutes for April 27th. I request a motion and a second
So
to-
moved.
to approve.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The minutes are approved. We move to the boards and commission minutes, meeting minutes. There are none. Maybe.
There's three.
Oh, three, wait. This is-
Yeah.
Okay, here we go, I got it. There are ESDT minutes for 3/12/26. Plan commission minutes for 3/17/26. And the CRB board for 4/6/2026. We have EST meetings for minutes for March the 12th, Plan Commission meeting minutes for March 17th, and CRB Board meeting minutes for April 6th. I request a motion and a second to receive and file boards and commission meeting minutes.
So moved.
Second, Lamika Covington.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. The boards and commission meetings are approved. Appointments.
Yes.
Are there any council liaison appointments?
Well, Mayor, can I try?
Yes.
I would like to keep FSBD and HRC, human rights.
Yes.
Okay.
Is there any? Yes. Right.
I would just recommend that we just keep all our current appointments unless somebody wants to actually move somewhere else or do something else, but I'm fine with my responsibility.
I'd like to give library to somebody else.
I'll take it. I'll take the library board.
Okay. But didn't Mayor Jones have some? Yes.
Yeah, it's on that.
Well, not the appointments, the
we wanna
the
just
board.
do this
He had
offline?
pension.
We don't need to do this here. Right.
We may as well just do it and get it out the way.
Councilman Palmer.
Yeah, I was just curious what the plan was for the liaison appointments that Mayor Jones had prior. And if
Right.
the plan of Mayor Shropshire was to absorb those duties or if we were going to discuss those or not. I think she had a kind of a light,
5 and 2.
I know.
Well, what boards did she have?
I think she had kind of a light load.
Yeah, FSBD, would be- and I think
I think she did like
so
senior
that's no
citizen.
problem.
also.
Yeah, the seniors. You gonna do the senior board, Adrian? Yeah. You gonna do this, you gonna be the seniors? All right. Okay.
Did you hear that, clerk?
Did she?
Oh,
I will take the seniors. And I think Councilwoman Covington.
I'll take pensions. I'll keep the ones that I have, but I'll add pension on to mine.
And I'll take the Ferguson Future. Like I say, All in favor? Hey, we're good. Anybody else would like to change? Are we good where we're at?
think we're good. I think we're good.
All righty. Councilman Williams, we good? Okay, wake up. Okay.
Not worried, man.
All right, okay. Okay, we gotta go to,
Now
to
we have to
appointments.
appoint, yeah,
What?
the applicants.
Appointments of, yeah. Do we have any appointments for the, commission appointments tonight? The city clerk?
I would like to make a, well, I would like to make a motion to appoint Jason Dickerson, Jessica Johnson, and Vernisha Walker to the Ferguson Special Business District Board.
Second.
No, she motioned, he second, we gotta vote. Well, you all in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Mayor, I would like,
Any opposed? Nope. The ayes have it.
I would like to make a motion to appoint Cottrell McCann.
Can we just do them all at once? Instead of going through all of them?
What, that's fine.
Yeah, so
Yeah, it's consent agenda.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but let's just do them all together at once so we can move on.
It's consent agenda. You can move the entire thing.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's the appropriate
Well,
way.
I would like to make a motion to appoint all the awaiting applicants to the boards and commissions.
I second.
All in favor?
Hang on.
Okay, hold it. No, sorry.
All the names. You can't. Right, I didn't think. Exactly, that's why I was going through the HO. So you want me to read all of the names?
It's
Okay, that's no
consent
problem.
agenda. You-
Okay.
Right, we don't have to vote on it. Just read the whole list, but.
So we
vote
have
on
a motion and a second.
You want to make a motion for each person for an appointment?
Is that, well, and that's, okay. I would like to make a motion to appoint all of the awaited applicants in which I will name. Just bear with me. Let me pull up the email. Okay. I apologize for the delay. So the applicants that we're going to appoint. So for Ferguson Special Business District Board, Jason Dickerson, Jessica Johnson, and Vernisha Walker. For the Future Foundation, Brandon Delgado, Dorcel Knowles, Jennifer Ice, and Melanie Randalls. Human Rights Commission, Cottrell McCam and Sierra Perry. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing anyone's name. Landmarks, Jeff Gowallan. I apologize, Jeff. I apologize. To the Park Board, Brandon Delgado, Jennifer Ice, Janice Briscoe, Dwayne James. Plan Commission, Ella Jones, Ellen Miller, Dorcel Knowles, Muriel Lewis Harris. And to the Senior Citizen Commission, Ella Jones. Now, before we go any further, yes,
I believe you only have 2 vacancies in Park Board right now. You named 4.
okay, so we only have 2. I apologize. So Park Board, which 2 are we going to appoint? I know that Janice Briscoe has been waiting a very long time, so I would hope that you all would support her application. Okay, well, people can come as long as they. Well, if he's on here, I don't know. I don't recall, but I'm not sure.
I generally would wait till after a motion and a second is made to debate, but I do want to just save some time and you have to understand some of these appointments are not council appointments, some are mayoral appointments. So traditionally, you know, the public, when they get this agenda, they don't have all these names. There's no hyperlinks. So it would be kind of not transparent for us to appoint the applicants because the public and the record wouldn't reflect who's actually being appointed. So that could cause issues in the future, and it would look like we're doing something behind the scenes because we're the only people that have seen these applications. So I know it could be a bit cumbersome, but it might be best to go through maybe board by board or do council appointments and mayoral appointments and then make sure we're not filling too many seats. Because some positions are mayoral appointments only. Like EDST is a mayoral appointment, I'm pretty sure.
So with that said, I'll remove my motion from the floor.
So we're gonna probably need the clerk's assistance to explain to us which ones are mayoral appointments and which, that'd probably be the fastest if you want to do mayoral and council appointments.
Yeah, give me one more.
Thank you.
If I may make a comment, in the future, when we're doing the emails, that'll probably be the best time to correlate all of this. So when the email was sent out with all of the vacancies and all of the applicants' names, that was the best time for us to go through them so that we wouldn't have to do this right now. So I'll have to take a moment to pull up the system to see who's where and which one are mayoral appointments.
And this is totally up to council, this is your purview, but Councilman Palmer is correct. A lot of these boards are mayoral appointments. A lot are appointed by council as a whole. And an email was sent out earlier this week outlining a process to move forward, like Clerk London is alluding to. If you want to make the appointments tonight, we can go through the exercise, but the bottom line is if we would have got a reply to the email about what the ones council wanted to appoint or the ones that the mayor wanted to appoint, we could have had it all ready to go for you tonight, but nobody participated in the exercise.
Is there any reason we can't just table this? We have a meeting in 2 weeks.
You are 100% correct. I don't think 2 weeks is gonna matter. I don't know that anybody's gonna meet in the next 2 weeks, but that's up to you guys.
I move to table this till our next meeting.
I second Lamika Covington.
Yes.
My only question would be, are there any of the boards that lack a quorum that do have meetings or need to finish business between now and the next meeting?
Well, I know
Yeah.
FSBD needs a quorum to meet, and we have been waiting a very long time. And respectfully, I have been emailing about these board members for FSBD and HRC for months. I can't speak for anyone else. And no, I didn't respond to the very last email, but I have been emailing for months, so I thought it was understood regarding the FSBD and HRC applicants.
And I won't speak to those two in particular. If Clerk London wants to look it up and see if they're mayoral appointed or council appointed. But if you recall, there was feet being drug through this process, and I will agree with you on that. I am only aware of one board currently that doesn't have an actual quorum that needs to meet, and that's Senior Commission, because I've been getting emails about it, but I haven't heard from anyone else.
The plan and zoning doesn't have one.
They probably don't because of your position, B. I think they have enough for a quorum right now, but by the skin of their teeth.
Everybody has to show up.
Yeah, everybody has to show up. You don't
Everybody
have
has
any,
to
you don't have any alternate, but they can meet and have a quorum if everybody's present. Senior Commission cannot right now.
There's a motion on the floor. Nick made a motion.
Yeah, it's been moved and seconded. I mean, is there anything FSBD has to make a binding vote on in the next 2 weeks? Because we can have this whole thing settled properly 2 weeks from now, or we can fly by the seat of our pants tonight.
That's fine. I mean, that's fine. I just hope that we really do and that everyone does respond to her email, because again, I had been emailing for months about FSBD and HRC appointments and Janice Briscoe for Park Board. So I just hope that we can, really get this done so we can move forward. Thank you.
We'll get it done in 2 weeks. We need to vote.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye. The ayes have it.
All opposed?
All opposed? Any opposed?
Aye. Nay.
We got one nay. The ayes have it. Let's move on. We move to the quest for liquor licenses. Ooh, this be a good one. I request a motion and a second to approve the liquor license for Sam's Meat Market. All in favor? Oh, so moved. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Motion dies for lack of a second.
The motion dies for lack of a second. Liquor license 26-5. I request a motion and a second to approve the liquor license for Elite Market and Grill.
Second.
All in favor?
Discussion?
Yes.
I just want to comment both in terms of Sam's Meat Market and Elite Market and Grill, and really for liquor licenses in general. What I don't, we get an application packet. What I don't see is and I would like to see is a report from the police department as to whether we've had a lot of problems at a business. I don't have any problem with a liquor licensee as a matter of fundamental principle. But we all know that there's some liquor stores that are problems and some that aren't. And for me to make an informed decision in the interest of the community as to whether that license should be renewed, I really need to know those facts.
City manager?
I was just gonna answer the question. It's not part of the requirement, so we don't provide it. If that's something you would, I don't know, legally that we can make that part of the license process, it's something for legal. But if you wanted to sunshine request those prior to the approval, that's something we could provide. It's certainly within the discretion of staff to provide that for us as a matter of routine, as opposed to it being sunshined each individual time. And if council requests it, we'd be happy to provide it. I'm saying it's not a requirement at this moment. Right, and the licensee is not able to provide that as part of their application anyway, and I wouldn't want them to. But I need more facts and more advice from staff beyond the check boxes that the applicant checked on the liquor license renewal. I don't want to make it burdensome and time consuming for the licensee. We actually passed a bill last year to streamline the liquor license renewal process, which used to be cumbersome and time consuming. However, that being said, I need to know if we have a problem property and ought not be able renewing the license. I think others share my concern, which is why there's these long periods of silence when the mayor's asking for a second. If we had a report, and what I would like to see is a list of all police calls to that address for maybe 2 years prior to the renewal date. That's the only way I can make any kind of an informed judgment here.
Councilman?
City manager, given that these are kind of out of typical renewal period, are these operations currently operating without a liquor license?
These are actually due now. This is when they would normally come due,
Okay, so they're like, right, when do they expire? The end of this month?
end of this month.
Okay, yeah, and there were some years past, I don't think last year, but a couple of years ago, I think when Chief Doyle had first started, we did get a report for actually all of them. That was actually, I know it's not required, but it was helpful because there was a very problem liquor store that had, I think, like 2 calls of service a day, and And there was actually one that was ultimately denied a license, or two of them were, but one ultimately didn't get one back on Airport Road. And they had like hundreds and hundreds of police. I think when we added it up, there was 900 or 1,100 calls for service to like 6 liquor stores. So it would be helpful. I understand it's not required. No one probably asked for it, but in the past, we did get it for a couple of years.
And like I
Thank you.
said, if that's the direction council wants to move, I can add that as a step in the liquor license process, because we have procedures that go through, and it actually gets deferred to different staff members to walk through those processes. So it would go to PD. I think personally, and this is just personal opinion, 2 years might be a little stretched, considering we renew them annually once a year, but I think a 12-month period would be doable. And then just have PD produce that, and then it can be included in your packet.
It was a pretty simple report. It didn't get into the details or any redacted information. It basically said calls for service, the nature of the call, EMS, overdose, shoplifting, so on and so forth. It was not wasn't very cumbersome to put together. I think they were able to kind of just generate it relatively quickly based on the nature of the call. So, thank you.
Yeah, Councilman Moore. Councilman
I agree with Councilman Castoff. And a few years ago, we did ask for the reports, the calls for service for these two businesses. And also, I don't think this is part of the process either. I'm not sure, but the exterior, do they have to pass an exterior inspection of any kind? Or it's just the application for the?
Yeah, part of it is a inspection, that code goes by and takes a look at the property. And you do have to remember too, liquor license traditionally comes through the city clerk's office, and we have an interim clerk right now and an interim deputy clerk. And so 2 years ago doesn't
Yeah.
really amount to much at this point.
No, that's fine. I was just adding that on. But yeah, as far as the exterior inspection of one of those, I just would be surprised how, I don't know. But that's something that I don't know if we can view the inspection report. I just have concerns. We really do, and like one of the council persons stated, I mean, the pause was so long, for a motion for a second. There are serious concerns.
I mean, it's the council's purview, but you could even table the approval if you'd like to. It's up to you guys what you want to do with these, so.
They're not due till the end of this month.
Correct.
So the other two are what, Mimi's, and what's the last one?
1266.
There's a motion on the table, just FYI.
What was the motion?
To approve, delete 26-5. Motion on
But it didn't have a second.
it. Had a motion.
Oh, it had a second.
Yes, sir. Then you ask
Oh.
your question.
Oh.
All in favor?
Are we still in a discussion or no?
Well,
We voting.
We vote?
I'm gonna say this, if I'm forced to vote tonight, I'm voting no.
No, man. Let's go. We're in the middle of the vote.
Let's vote. Roll call.
Roll call. vote.
Aye.
No.
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 You want me to table the other two? I'd like to make a motion to table LL 26 dash.
Let me finish this out
Oh.
before we go in. Any opposed? Okay,
We already finished that.
Okay, let me bang the gavel. Okay, man.
I'd like to move to table LL 26-8 and LL 26-11 to our next meeting.
So move.
I just moved that. Somebody needs to second.
David just did.
Dave just did.
Oh, he seconded it?
He seconded.
Okay.
It's been seconded and approved that we table. Okay, we have a vote?
Yeah, all in favor.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
The ayes have it. There are no proclamations. And, well, here we go. We move to the resolutions.
I need to move to amend the agenda.
Okay,
I have a motion to amend the agenda, and we're going to add two resolutions. Resolution 2026 18 pertaining to the beauty salon at 303 South Florissant. Resolution 2026 19 pertaining to the special use permit for the adult daycare at 301 South Florissant. Resolution 2026 20 pertaining to the special use permit for the adult daycare at 247 South Florissant, and Resolution 2026 21 pertaining to the special use permit for the family daycare at 318 South Delwood Drive. The city clerk and city attorney have the texts of these resolutions to read at the appropriate time.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
The ayes have it. May I have, any opposed? Any opposed? The ayes have it. Okay.
So now you just start with 14. Resolution 2026 4.
Meaningful thing we did tonight. Uh, City manager, City Manager Musgrave.
City manager?
Quick question. So, we have some of our applicants that are still here. Could you tell them the next steps now that it's been approved? the resolution?
What hasn't, they haven't been approved. All you've done right now is amended the,
Oh, my bad.
agenda to add the resolutions. We will get to them in 10 minutes, hopefully.
Okay,
And then you'll vote on them. Once you vote on them, I can tell them what the next steps are.
okay, cool.
We move to resolution 2026 without objections to be introduced by Councilman Franklin. If there are no objections, Attorney Ryan, could you please read the resolution?
Thank you, Mayor. A resolution appropriating revenue and amending various fund budgets to authorize prior period transfers, administrative cost reimbursements, and related adjustments to better reflect the council's intent and therefore necessary for the city's annual audit.
City manager?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. I brought Nader Tenkin as our finance director in to explain this resolution to you.
City Manager, Honorable Mayor, City Council. I'm here to ask you to approve this resolution to amend the fund balances for the following reasons. I was alerted last year through the audit process that there may have been some transactions that weren't done in the books that you all had previously approved in prior budget years. This was caused by some turnover in the city manager, or I'm sorry, in the finance director position, as well as just missing entering transactions to close out books and not allocating funds correctly or as they have been traditionally done in the past. And through this process that we've been undertaking for over 6 months now, we have identified such things as EDST not allocating the portion of the salaries for the people that are administering the program, as well as other programs such as sewer lateral. So as you can see through the detail that you have that have been submitted to you, there are a number of reasons that brought this to our attention, and to fix it, we have to go back and look at the budgeted transfers that you all as a council did approve and check and see if they actually did happen in the books. and many of them did not happen. An example of that is if you appropriated funds for a particular fund to cover a street project, and that transaction never actually happened. In a sense, not in a sense, actually, the general fund subsidized that project, and now we have to go back and allocate those funds as you all had approved originally. There's lots of details here, so I'll keep it brief by just going down this spreadsheet here. It represents transfers from 2022 to 2025 that were budgeted that did not occur. The transfers are being caught up at the end of 2025. 2023 funds were transferred from the general fund for the GOB debt service to offset the negative fund balance there. So obviously when that fund gets money, it needs to be transferred back to the general fund. It's the same story for the EDST fund for capital improvements that were allocated that way, that the transactions were not actually transferred through those fiscal years. And in one particular year in 2022, the city had failed to levy a debt service. So we did not receive funds to cover our debts for that year. So the general fund had to pay those bills directly. And going back and looking at the approved budgets and transfers, we have to true that up by making these transfers now. Sir.
Councilman Franklin.
So I understand what you're trying to do. You want to go back and get the right allocations from the right funds to, and I assume that goes back into the general, to pay back the general fund. My question is, who caught this mistake and when? Like, how was it discovered?
How was it determined?
Yeah.
So on 3 separate occasions, it was brought to my attention, first by Commercial Talor last year when I presented the audit to this council. I was notified at that time that because our fund balance was beginning to decline, that there may have been an issue in prior budget years. Additionally, I was notified through Moody's credit rating. They basically had the same reservation, or not reservation, but concern about the general fund balance. And what they specifically noted was that in the prior audits, there was a line item, a suspense item, where there was particular funds that said due to a particular fund, due from a particular fund. In order to make that a reality, closeout transactions had to happen at the end of the year. Those transactions are usually one entry at the end of the budget year. But because there was no finance director to appropriate those funds in our books, that just did not happen.
And this started back in 2022?
Correct. Excuse me. In 2022, as I just mentioned, the debt levy wasn't serviced, or the debt service wasn't levied that year, as well as what we call the intercompany or interfund transactions. They weren't completed correctly. And then the closeout transactions were not completed as well.
Okay. Now my last question. So I recall, I want to say last spring, before I got on council, we had an auditor come in and he did the presentation at the community center. We didn't hear any of this during his audit. So did the audit that we paid for, they missed this as well? Or
No, sir, they didn't miss it. They alerted me to those suspense items, the same as Moody's did. And that's when we went down to backtrack and find out, why are there entries in these suspense items and why they didn't flow down to the fund balance?
And do we have a total dollar amount that we are looking at,
To reallocate that was submitted to you? Let's say it's not dollar for dollar, everything go to the general fund. Some funds had to be reimbursed. So if capital was supposed to pay for a project somewhere and they didn't, capital would need to be reduced. And that other fund would need to have those funds go into that fund. So it's not all about general fund. We were truing up all of the fund balances over that 3-year period.
Well, I mean, is there a number you can share with the community and the people online, just so that they kind of got an idea how much money we're talking about that was
Sure.
misappropriated, I guess? Sorry, that's,
I would not categorize it as being misappropriated. What I would say is that the work had been done. It's just who paid for that work wasn't timely identified and adjusted as you all had approved in the previous budgets.
Gotcha.
So if you had approved a transfer from EDST to pay for a street project, for example, and that transfer didn't happen, general fund paid for that street project.
Okay, and, are you looking for a number, I guess, for the community? The state, auditor's investigation, is that still ongoing?
It is still ongoing.
Okay.
We cannot close that out until we get these fund balance adjusted so we can complete the audit.
Which is a part of the resolution while we're doing it.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So if you like some numbers, for example, the general fund is looking to recoup $1.9 million. Parks Fund is looking to recoup $1.4 million. Special Business District Fund is paying $720,000, give or take. The farmer's market, it's very minimal, it's about $3,000. I'm sorry, farmer's market seems to be about $90,000. It was the Special Business District that was $3,000. Sewer Lateral Fund is $64,000. The Downtown TIF is repaying $2.6 million. The debt service is paying $138,000. I'm sorry, the COPS fund is paying $108,000, and the Go Bond Fund is paying $786,000.
A lot of money.
Yes, sir. Or ma'am.
Yeah, I have two questions. First of all, piggybacking off what Councilor Franklin said, I've been on council for 2 years, and every year somebody from an outside audit firm stands up there in a suit and says everything's a-okay. And now we're talking about, well, but there's $1 million here that should have been over there, and there's $2 million over here that should have been back
Yes, sir.
there. And that doesn't feel okay to me.
I understand. I did ask that question to the auditor directly. And what the response I received was, an audit, the purpose of an audit is not to make sure that we did all the transactions that you all appropriated. It's to make sure that the transactions that we did do were done correctly and legally. And so if we didn't do a transaction, there's no way for them to even audit something that did not happen.
And yet somebody eventually noticed that it didn't, based on something.
Yes, sir. It was based off of what we call pool cash entries and pool cash suspense accounts. So because we use a pool cash system, what that means is we have one main bank account with everybody's money in it. So if I was to pull that account up right now and just look at it, I couldn't tell you what portion of the whatever is this fund versus that fund. You have to actually do the accounting in the books to find that answer.
Right, I mean, it's like if my wife and I both have our paycheck go into the same joint bank account. You don't know which paycheck it came from. Well, it's all my wife's money, but,
Right.
but
to further
same basic principle.
answer your question, there are what's called suspense accounts. They sit in between each fund and they track who owes what. And they don't disappear and go to zero, be netted to zero until you do a closeout entry, which always traditionally happened on the last fiscal day of the year. So 6/30, whatever year, that's when those true ups would happen. But imagine you don't have a finance director. or you don't even have the knowledge that the transaction should happen at all.
And the auditor ought to have seen that, I would think.
The auditor did see
The last
that.
auditor, but not the 3 years before.
That's true, but we didn't have an audit for 3 years. The
What?
3 audits that we have had have been conducted since.
I thought we had one every
Right.
year, no?
Right, it's the same auditor who's done the last 3 audits
Well,
that,
Eric Osterberg switched auditors. But I thought we've had one every year, have we not?
Schmershel Chalor Schmershel Chalor was our official external auditor. Our internal auditing consultant has been Clifton Larson Allen, CLA, which we've used for apparently several years, and they used to do the official external audit as well. But to continue to answer your question, Schmershel Chalor did the first audit, I want to say in 2023 books. That audit was done after I was hired, which obviously that wasn't in 2023. So as I mentioned, the role of the auditor isn't to find the transactions that we didn't do. It's not to figure out the intent of the console. It's simply to look at what's there and determine, is it done correctly, appropriately, yes or no?
Okay.
And when it was discovered that, hey, these accounts here, they keep building, they're not going down. How are you gonna address that? That's when we started to look at, why are these accounts going up? It was because of the pool cash entry.
Well, and I can tell you that we made some generous appropriations from the EDST account last year because we were under the incorrect impression that there was a mountain of money in there. And that, I presume, is because of this?
That's correct. The
Okay.
fund balance that showed, if we look back at those fund balance statements or look at the audit in detail, the information is there. It shows at the top of what the income statement is, that you had some revenue, you had some expenses, but it also shows the suspense accounts. And it shows these balances year over year building in a suspense account. And then at the bottom, you end up with your fund balance. In order for us to get that true balance without doing the transactions in the books, we needed to add those two numbers together, subtract them or whatever, to say, okay, we had some money come in, and then we had a line item that said, this fund owes somebody some money. And then at the end, we had, this is what your balance is. We didn't take into consideration that they owe money.
We didn't deduct.
Okay. Unrelated question. On the EDST fund, it appears to me that we are taking 25% for admin expenses every year and transferring it.
Say that again, I didn't hear you.
The
25%.
Economic Development Sales Tax Fund, it appears to me from your memo that we're taking 25% each year for admin and facilities and transferring it to the general fund. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the statute says not more than 25% of the revenue generated shall be used annually for administrative purposes, including staff and facility costs. My reading of that, and this may be more a city attorney question than an accounting question, but my reading of that is that the city has to bill specific expenses to the EDST fund for admin and facilities, and that those expenses may not exceed 25%. Not that we can just take 25% off the top and throw it in the general fund.
That is correct. So because the allocations were not done in the previous years, we just, for ease, just went with the 25%. But there is an allocation spreadsheet that has been used and will be continued to be used that says, this is how you allocate the admin costs on all the funds. So for example, Parks has an admin cost. So does EDST, so does sewer lateral. And so I've calculated those costs for the current year, and we'll use that to calculate the costs in future years. But because this was in the past, the calculation wasn't done, we looked at the statute and just said, just take the 25%, put it back to the general fund, and let's close out this.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Tankins, this bill, I guess, or this resolution, I guess, is to correct a couple of years of omissions, basically, from the finance department. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Would the omissions describe, when I was reading these budgets, how we had large balances in some of our special allocation funds and then a diminishing general fund balance? Would that kind of describe that?
It does, but it describes that simply because the interfund transfers were not done. So when you allocated the funds to pay for something, we never moved the funds. The general fund ended up paying for it.
Right. And you said that an auditor generally wouldn't catch something like this since the transfer wasn't made, so it cannot be actually audited because it didn't exist.
That's correct, mostly, yes. Because it's not something that's in the record that they could actually see, there's nothing to audit. The way we actually figured out the amounts was look at the budget. Well, when you're going in through an audit, you're auditing the financial statements, not the budget. So we looked at the budget to see what the council had appropriated for that fund to see what their expenses were. So when let's say the streets department, they did a project, they did it based off the allocated funds with the intent, the council's intent was for whatever fund to pay for. But in reality, all the bills that get paid out of the general fund. I signed one check out of one account. So if I just looked at it from that standpoint, it's general fund that paid for everything. And EDST doesn't actually pay for anything until we do a transaction in the accounting system. That's how EDST pays, not with the physical check. So it's hard to explain that to some people who aren't familiar with pool cash, but when I did payables today, I wrote a check for everything out of the general fund. Now I need to go back and look at, okay, what were these checks for? Who owes this money?
So within this building, what position in employment is generally responsible for generating those transfers at the end of the year come June 30th?
That's the finance director's position, to do that transfer at the end of the year. It's what we call an adjusting entry.
Is there a reason we didn't have one last year?
Yes, the reason is I was not aware that we needed an adjusting entry to move the money from the suspense accounts or the inter-fund accounts back to the fund balances of all of the funds. That was what Commercial Trelaw had initially said to me, that, hey, your fund balance is going low, but you have money in these suspense accounts. It was the same story for Moody's. When we had a conversation with Moody's, they said same thing. You have money in these suspense accounts. Are you going to make these transactions to the general fund? It was basically a lack of knowledge and a lack of process. And so we've initiated a process to where basically we have a closing document where here are all the transactions that should happen on a basis, on a monthly basis, quarterly basis, semi-annually, yearly basis, whatever that basis is. But without having, let's say, a rule book or playbook, there was nothing for me to look at to say, I need to make these 5 transactions on these dates, or the world's gonna, blow up. Nobody was there to tell me that. And so I relied on the subject matter experts, the internal auditor, external auditor, as well as Moody's, to say, this is what we're seeing, this is why we're seeing it, and then I consulted to come up with a plan to fix it.
Now, who prepared the numbers to correct it?
That was done by our internal auditor, CLA. They have gone back, looked at all of our budgets. They have looked at the transactions that were allocated or approved in the budget, and then compared that to what actually happened in our financial statements or our books. And put together potential allocation spreadsheets for me. And I didn't always agree. Or argued a lot with them about their assessment of what should be what.
Right, and I would imagine CLA has an expense to do that additional accounting that
They do
was
have,
not in your playbook when you were hired.
it was not.
Okay. Is there an
it was-
idea of to the tune of what that might have cost the city?
I don't have that number off the top of my head. It did put my department over budget. First off, I've paid for 3 audits since I've been hired, which is not traditional. You usually do 1 audit a year. I've done 3 in the 16, 17 months I've been here.
Good thing.
Right. So that increased my cost as well as continue to engage CLA. The plan that former Chief Hampton handed down to me was to stop using that resource to do it internally. But when this problem was identified, I think I correctly decided that this wasn't something to be done internally. Let's get the actual auditors and the CPAs to point us in the right direction and give me basically a blueprint. And like I said, I argued and argued against lots of the things that they said because I knew that it wasn't the most correct.
Could this omission that was caught by multiple auditors, including our credit rating agency Moody's, affect our bond rating? And has it?
It has affected our bond rating, and it could continue to affect the bond rating.
So our ability to borrow is either going to be hampered or at higher interest rates due to this omission?
Potentially, I would say that probably not. That's my personal opinion. And I just say that because we have strong business partners that we've been doing business with for years. UMB has been our partner for 30 years. They're not going to run us through the ringer.
What's our current bond rating?
That I do not know off the top of my head. I don't remember the letters.
But I would imagine a triple B gets less favorable terms and interest rates than a triple A. That'd be a correct
Yeah,
assumption.
you'd be correct in saying that. I don't think we have a triple D, but that's something that I can forward to you. There was a rubric that was put together.
Thank you.
So I just have one question for clarity about this resolution. So is it, after you move these funds back to where they belong, will that make our general fund flush or whole, or is there still?
It will make the accounting correct, is what it will do.
Because I guess that general fund is lower than what it should be because you've been paying out the general fund for all these different allocations.
That's correct. It will put money back into the general fund that can be utilized for more services.
Okay.
But overall, we have to reduce spending. We just gotta spend less money.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay, quick question. So you said that this was not in the blueprint of when you were hired.
Correct.
Is our accounting different than what you've done before?
What do you mean?
If this wasn't in the blueprint and you didn't know to move that money, is this something different that, is our process just outdated? Is it new? Is it just?
I wouldn't say that it's outdated. The pool cash system is something that's utilized across many municipalities.
Okay.
What I would say materially inside of the finance department, what was lacking was our policy and procedure book that says, do these things. There was no historical data to point us in that direction. None of the employees that were here during that time frame were here to say, this is how we used to do it.
Okay.
So in order for me to understand what I had to do as well as CLA was to actually transport my mind back into those years and look at all the data and say, they did this transaction on this date, this way, and let's recreate that. And so once it was discovered, for example, that a pool cash entry was needed. That was not being done when I was hired. We were not doing pool cash adjustment entries. So I had to recreate that process.
So you saying you found this out last year, correct?
Correct.
Last year in budget. It took us a year to get to this point for you to bring it to our attention. It took a year for you to figure out these numbers?
Yes, ma'am. It's been taking a very long time because we first have to understand what the issue is, and then we have to go back and look through hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of transactions, and then create a process from scratch that may or may not work. And as we work through those processes, sometimes it didn't work. We were out of balance. And so we had to go back and say, okay, that didn't work. What account numbers are gonna work? So it's just been a long process. And anyone who's been close to me during this process has heard me say, I don't care how long it takes. I want it to be right. That's what I care about, is that it's correct. And it's gonna take however long it takes for that to happen.
Okay. I would think though it'd be as easy as putting those numbers into an Excel sheet. I use Excel every day.
You would think that, but imagine you have 7 to 10 funds with hundreds of transactions a month, all going due to, due from, with, I don't even know how many general ledger line items we have. It's like 9,000 of them. That's not something that can be easily done in Excel in a couple of weeks. It took
A year.
I mean, yeah, it took 3 CPAs and myself and the staff supporting me, running down numbers, doing research, running transactions, testing this out. Does this pool cash adjustment actually work? And it didn't work. And so I have to go back to the auditors like, hey, you put this together, but I went back to 2015. Like, that's how far back I'm looking at records to see what were they doing in 15, what did they do in 18, what did they do in 19, and mirror that. And then you have an additional, let's say, monkey wrench. Our general ledger account numbers changed from then to now. So now I have to map the old account number to the new account number to make sure it's actually the same transaction that's happening. And again, that takes a lot of trial and error, and a lot of expertise and a lot of money.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I just wanted to mention that our current downgrade in our bond rating put us at a BA2, which is a speculative, high-risk investment environment, often referred to as high yield or junk. So we are currently in junk status for our bond rating, which hopefully, I know those change routinely, but we were in a hole about 10 years ago, and I think we kind of dug out of it, but sounds like we're kind of back in that hole when it comes to our ratings within Moody's, at least. There's a couple different ratings agencies.
That is correct, but in the conversations with Moody's, they had explained that this was a temporary downgrade because they want to see the correction. That's what it was about for them, is make the corrections and then we can, potentially undo this downgrade. But they were basically dissatisfied, the same as you, the same as me, that it was missed, that these transactions weren't happening, because year over year, they were seeing suspense accounts building. And that's what the feedback was from Moody's specifically, is that once you make these fund balance adjustments, call me and we can talk about it and potentially, raise the rate back up, or at least have a conversation about that.
Thank you.
I just got one question.
Yes, sir.
And you can make it quick. How do you track the amount of sales that the dispensary does versus the amount of revenue that we were supposed to get from.
Well, we actually do get a report every month. My staff member, Ms. Judy over here, stays on top of that, and all the time she's telling me, you know, if they're paying or not. A couple of times this past fiscal year, they filed their sales tax late, so we didn't get a payment. And obviously, we were wondering why we didn't get a payment. So we called the St. Louis County to ask, and they told us, oh, they filed late, so you'll get a double payment, you know, in a subsequent period. But as far as figuring out if they're paying correctly, that's something that the county has oversight over. They're collecting the money and they are monitoring their sales tax forms. So if they're saying we sold 10 million units, there's a number that they should pay. And the county is going to say, hey, you didn't pay the correct amount. If the county doesn't give us the correct amount, that's a different story, but it's still something that we can see. And again, Miss Judy has been instrumental in keeping me apprised of those times. And so we have reached out and said, hey, this report says we should get X amount of dollars and we got Y amount of dollars. And so then I call and I argue with them. All right. Well, thank you for your time. I ask that you all vote to approve this.
I request a motion and a second for approval.
So move.
Second, David Williams.
City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilman Brady,
Aye.
Councilman Williams,
Aye.
Councilman Palmer,
Aye.
Mayor Shawshire,
Aye.
Councilman Tessa,
You went to the restroom.
He's restroom.
Councilwoman Phillips,
Aye.
Councilwoman Nolan.
Aye.
Resolution 2026-14 passes. We move to resolution 2026-16 without objection to be introduced by Councilwoman Noah. If there are no objections, Attorney Ryan, could you please read the resolution?
A resolution selecting a contractor for stop, search, and arrest training, awarding the contract to said contractor, and authorizing the city manager to execute the contract on behalf of the city.
City Manager?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. I'll make this brief. This is about the stop, search, and arrest training for PD. Because of the cost amount, they didn't have to do a formal bid process, so we're just asking for authorization to execute this contract on behalf of the police department.
Any questions? I request a motion and a second for approval.
So moved.
Second, Laquita Noah.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Resolution 2026-16 passes. We move to resolution 2026-17 without objection to be introduced by Councilman Franklin and Councilman Kazoff. If there are no objections, Attorney Ryan, could you please read the resolution?
A resolution selecting a construction contractor and architect for the Whistle Stop renovation project.
City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. This is a resolution that we sent out to RFP going on 3 months ago. It was February. We received 2 bids back. One was about 700,000. This one was 550. We're going with the less bid. We're hoping this is a do not exceed and we'll whittle it down a little bit. But this is all from EDST funds. There's questions, I'm more than happy to answer them.
So after we do this.
Yes.
What's the end game here?
end game is to bring the whistle stop back and try to get somebody in there. If you want to have a discussion about who I think it should be, we can do that, but I don't think it's gonna be popular.
Yeah, that's a significant amount of money for a building that is, for lack of better words, not set up for success.
I would like to see it used for better uses than a custom shop personally, but I won't go down that road in this setting right now. We can have that discussion. I think there's better things we can do with the property. I'm not saying it's gonna be revenue generating, but I think it'll be a good use for the city overall.
Are there any uses that you think might be realistic for the property that wouldn't require $550,000?
Not with the current state of the property. I question some of the things we're doing in regards to kitchen, but there is definitely things that can be addressed with windows, decking, flooring, doors, security, HVAC, plumbing, the works. To the tune of 500,000, probably not. I think we can do a little bit less, but that's what we're gonna explore as we move forward. What do we really have to do to get this back to where we want it?
You could reconstruct that building 2 times for that amount of money.
We don't even know.
So I just foresee, this is I understand that property has a lot of history here. And it once was a vibrant, subsidized custard shop, let's not lie.
Yep.
That was heavily subsidized during the time it was successful. It has no drive-through. It has no frontage on Florissant Road. It has about 16 parking spots. I just don't know, when it comes to limited resources, I don't know if building an entire place that it has food service capabilities is probably in our best interest for the property. I mean, you could put a roof on it, HVAC, and white box it, and then maybe look for tenants and probably save a lot of money because commercial kitchen construction is significant. Plus, it's not like you just say, I'm going to build a kitchen. A kitchen is tailor-made for the specific type of food you're going to be producing. So if a sushi restaurant wanted to move in there, the kitchen demand and need is going to be significantly different than if it's a custard shop or a place that has lots of fried food. I mean, I just don't know if I have a hard time thinking this would be a good move because assuming we're going to market this property for lease, the city's going to become a landlord, rent the property for a couple $1,000 a month. If in a best case scenario, we're gonna be constantly cutting the grass, paving the parking lot, dealing with the roof still and the deck around it. And on top of that, a person might come in and say, this is a really nice brand new kitchen, but I don't want that there. I want that over here. I'm asking for $20,000 in tenant improvement money to improve a space that's just been remodeled. So I don't know, I'm gonna be a no vote just because the size, it might be best to stabilize the property, in my opinion, like get the parking lot looking presentable, get a roof on it, but $550,000 goes a long way, and we haven't gotten into change orders.
Well, sorry to speak out of turn. I mean, it's up to council. You guys can table this and ask us to go back a different direction and look at the scope overall and bring something back to you. That's up to your purview. But again, I'm bringing what I was asked to bring.
Well, and being in this business, you're almost better off providing for a watertight structure that has glass and a parking lot that's attractive than having a commercial realtor market the property and then having the end user come in and then have their ask, if anything. This is a once occupied custard shop with this many parking spots here, this, and this. It's for lease at this advertised rate. They'll come to you and say, hey, we'll offer you a 3-year lease when we're asking for this much TI money, tenant improvement money, or we're not asking for anything. We're going to use it as is. We're going to bring in our own equipment, which is ours when we leave anyway. I think we're building to suit for somebody we don't have yet, which seems kind of counterproductive in my personal opinion.
So I'm unclear. When I look at section 15, it says that they're providing a hand sink and a griddle and cleaning some existing equipment. I don't see a whole commercial kitchen being done in here. Did I miss something?
I can call Nathan or Luke up to answer your question if you'd like.
Because if I missed that, then I agree with Mr. Palmer.
No, so on the back of the bid, you'll see there's basically some options, right? So if we drop the full, and I sort of spec this out with the RFP and with the bidders is like commercial light. So there's no deep fryers. There's not like a soda fountain. There's not an ice cream machine because those things are just, they would just be really messy and would just get destroyed. The kitchen is spec with a oven, griddle, stove, many refrigerators. Doesn't have a dishwasher. It would have these sinks for sanitizing and cleaning your cooking equipment that you would have. But that's part of the $50,000 extra money. So if you didn't want to spec the whole kitchen, you would charge about $49,076 and just have it sort of open. But I intentionally didn't put, you know, it's not going to be a French restaurant, right? So I didn't ask to get quotes on a really complex kitchen. Basically something that would be appropriate for light, easy food service, those kind of things. But you could save $49.76 by not specing the full kitchen.
Okay, that being said, if Mr. Palmer, and I want to rely on his expertise because he's done a lot of commercial development. I have no idea whether $88,500 for HVAC is reasonable or not. So, you know, if I look at everything that goes into the $494,519, you know, there isn't a full commercial kitchen. That's in the $46,000 optional section below that. But I don't know enough to judge whether these are reasonable numbers. $88,500 for HVAC seems like a lot to me, but maybe for a 1,500 square, 2,000 square foot restaurant, maybe that is what it is. And I think Mr. Palmer might know enough to address that, or maybe you do. I certainly don't.
You know, like I said, I'm not an HVAC contractor. I know that we'll need a whole new system and everything over there. It's got 2 residential units in it right now. That's what's sitting outside.
Right.
So that's not gonna cut it. You know, I recognize that the price is probably more than people thought it might be, but when I got the bids in, having done projects like this before in previous work, I didn't really bat an eye at these costs. The building's been empty for 5 years. It's pretty gross in there. It's gonna need a decent amount of work.
It's a
to
gut
get-
rehab.
For the most part, it is. This is not like $100,000 project over there. What I put out with the bid was my intent was sort of get it turnkey ready for some operator. There's really only been discussions of having it as some sort of restaurant or snack shop. That's what we put it out as. You know, what other uses might be there? You could sort of, your mind could just go wherever it may go on those things. My biggest goal was to get this to be an activity generator. I don't think it's going to be a profitable enterprise, but we're not a for-profit business, right? I really want this to be a place where people are going and doing stuff. It could be the beginning of a night out somewhere. It could be as you go on the weekend, but I just wanted to get that investment to get it an activity generator. And, you know, it's been an icon sort of the community for a long time. It's been in advertising for a long time. It needs to not look the way that it looks. I don't think that's a controversial statement.
Councilman Williams.
So $80,000 is a lot. So I purchased a 25-ton about a year ago for $50,000. So $80,000 is a lot of money for that small building. I'm just trying to, because I haven't been here for 3 years, the significance. Why are we putting all this money when we're about to go cut stuff from budget? And
That's a fair question. So just understand that EDST has its own revenues and funds. So, and that the fund has a healthy fund balance. spending this on this project or other projects, the fund has the money there to do it and has very stable and good revenues.
No, the historical relevance, cause I don't get it.
Oh, I mean, the buildings, I mean, it's been around
Is it a
since the beginning of the
century?
city.
It's a train depot.
Yeah, I mean, it's
why Ferguson.
that's accurate.
Oh, so this is more sentimental.
I would say it's a lot more than just sentimental.
I don't think it should be a restaurant because that's not gonna produce money. I get what you're saying as far as, a night out or whatever. I think a dispensary, you know, I'm not a fan of marijuana, but I know it makes money.
I'll leave that alone.
And the city could tax it, but spending all this money to fix it up and then, like Mr. Palmer said, renting it out for $2,000 a month if we're lucky. But I just want to understand the relevance of why we're doing it, because it seems like we're putting good money after bad, but I guess that's Ferguson wouldn't be here if that wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, you go back to pictures from the beginning of the city, the city was based on the railroad and that depot, so it's fundamental to our existence.
Okay.
I know it's late, but this is kind of a big deal.
No, it's fine.
I just truly fear setting this up, like almost dictating that it becomes food service is going to become a revolving door of pain for this city, as it's already been for the last. I mean, we had stable operators of the Whistle Stop, again, heavily subsidized for 12 to 13 years. Then we had 2 or 3 different operators that made a run at it. Hours got cut, quality went down. You know, I understand. I was there when they had the concerts and Jesky Park was out there and it was, you know, Custard and everybody was there, but they were paying $400 in rent.
Sure.
And it was a brand new building the city had already put $250,000 into. That building used to be way worse than it is now. It was about to be torn down. And then the city actually had it given to us, kind of. The railroad kind of still owns it, but we kind of own it too. But I mean, this project actually literally has 2 EV chargers in it. I'm not sure if we're in the position to have EV chargers at the Whistle Stop. I just we're looking up on budget shortfalls in the future. We just found out that EDST didn't have nearly the $6 million we were told last year. I mean, city manager, how many houses can we tear down for $550,000? 30? I mean, I would argue the impact of finishing, that might finish our demo right now, right? I would argue finishing demo, marketing our vacant lots that once had falling down houses on them and getting homes built would have a significantly larger impact than remodeling the Whistle Stop to a restaurant that might be in business for a year or 2. That's just my perspective when we have limited resources.
Well, I would say that the EDST fund can do both of those things relatively easily. There's still several $1 million in the EDST fund.
Yeah, I feel like you're, you know, in this business, you kind of white box or gray box a space and you let the folks come to you and say, I want to do this with the space.
Sure.
They offer you rent. You negotiate terms, who's paying for trash, who's paying for lawn care, who's paying for exterior maintenance. Taxes aren't an issue here since it's tax exempt. Insurance is probably through the city, so there's some sort of a cost there, but the city should be looking at who the user is, their track record, their history, what they want to do with the space, and their commitment to the space financially. And then you build the proposal backwards where they also have buy-in at that point because they built the restaurant.
Sure.
They have money in the restaurant or whatever it may be. I don't foresee that space being a viable food service business minus it becoming a narwhals. But narwhals will never happen there because the neighbors would be outraged. The parking is atrocious and there's a church and a daycare and women's shelter next door.
So to that, I would say, you know, you could obviously take the kitchen aspects of it out and you'll save $50,000. But
maybe the EV chargers too.
EV chargers like $7,000. And that's a whole different discussion that I would really strongly advocate for. But you're still gonna have a $500,000 cost to fix up the building and do something with it. You know, again, if you didn't want to have a restaurant there, I don't have a particular passion for a restaurant one way or the other. I don't really care about that too much. I would really like to see that building not look the way it looks and get that project moving and get the EDST money invested in downtown. You know, I would also, the reason for wanting to bring a project that's basically done to the market, you know, there's plenty of spots available to put a restaurant or to put other things, and there's spaces available all throughout downtown. So to make this better, to make the cost of entry lower was something I was focused on.
Well, and the building underwent significant restoration prior to becoming the Whistle Stop, which some might think, well, that's a long time ago, but a plumbing and wiring system from 25 years ago really isn't that old. I mean, HVAC, yes. Roof, yes. Painting the siding, not very expensive. I mean, doing a parking lot's $35,000. It needs a retaining wall up front. Needs a roof. That's probably $10,000 if you go with some sort of historic looking shingle that's on it. But I just don't see how the bid is extremely high, even cutting the kitchen aspect out of it.
I mean, the other bid was 700,000.
They're both extremely high. I promise you, I could tear that building down and rebuild it twice for that price.
I'm sure you could, and that would defeat the whole purpose of fixing the building up.
I think I've said enough. Thank you.
I'll just say right quick that, you know, Nathan, I appreciate your work on this, but I think that we should go back to the table and just stabilize the building and make that enough. Make it look decent on the exterior and then do what we can and minimize on the cost because, you know, and I understand that, well, I hope EDST has a healthy budget. I don't know after tonight, you know, we'll see when the budget session, when we work in the budget sessions, but you know, we could utilize some of that money on West Florissant if we can, some of those EDST funds, as well as, demoing some more houses or just being a little bit more creative with how we can utilize those funds if we can save here. But I would like to see, you know, if we could put it out for bid, change the scope of work, you know, what exactly, you know, how can we tailor back what we want to do with this historic building to stabilize it. City Manager Nathan.
Councilman Cazar.
I move to table 2026-17.
So move.
Second, Naquita Noah.
All in favor?
No, he said. He can say.
We have discussion for a second,
Yes.
if you don't mind, before we vote. If we table this, could I ask council to give a little direction in the coming week or so as far as tailoring the bid and what you would like it to look like and what you would really like to be focused on, just so I can direct staff better? That's my only request.
I understand the historical significance of the building. I just can't fathom spending 500, 700,000, like Mike said, and you agreed we could tear down 50 houses, 40. And it's like, we're about to start cutting budget and we're about to fix this Whistle Stop place I was for it initially, but you know, facts don't lie. Like that's what he does for a living. And then just my little experience, 80,000 for HVAC in the building I'm talking about. I have about 4 of them, but that's a 18,000 square foot building. So 80,000 for HVAC is ridiculous. I think a lot of times when these contractors go to city and municipalities, they jack up the bid because a lot of times the people there are not familiar with that. So any type of federal government, municipal, they jack up the bid because they can. I understand historical relevance, but you say you can tear it down 2 or 3 times?
Just need to kind of revamp a scope or direction.
And I'm not disagreeing, but
Can we
you have
have
to
a vote?
remember government work.
We have a vote, please.
We're gonna take. Whenever you'd like to send them.
He said it was-
I would like them in the next 2 weeks if possible. If I can get them by next Friday, that'd be great.
Yeah, put them on.
Councilman Cassoff.
Aye.
Councilman Williams.
Aye.
Councilman Palmer.
Aye.
Councilman Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Shropshire.
Aye.
Councilwoman Covington.
Aye.
Councilwoman Noel.
Okay. It's 20, resolution 2026, 16, 17, sorry, 17 is tabled. We move to resolution 2026-18 without objection to be introduced by Councilman Kazoff and Councilwoman Noah. If there are no objections, Attorney Ryan, could you please read the resolution?
A resolution of the City of Ferguson, Missouri, granting a special use permit and numerical limit exception to 303 South Florissant Road for the purpose of a beauty salon, subject to the conditions, restrictions, and requirements set forth herein.
Is there, can we have a motion and a second? So moved. Resolution, take a vote, please.
Councilman Cassoff.
Aye.
Councilwoman Noel. Councilwoman Covington. Mayor Shropshire.
Aye.
Councilman Franklin.
Aye.
Councilman Palmer.
Aye.
Councilman Williams.
Aye.
Resolution 2026-18 passes. We move to resolution 2026-19 without objection to be introduced by Councilwoman Noah and Councilman Kazoff. If there are no objections, Attorney Ryan, could you please read the resolution?
A resolution of the City of Ferguson, Missouri, granting a special use permit for 301 South Florissant Road for the purpose of an adult care center, subject to the conditions, restrictions, and requirements set forth herein.
I request a motion and a second for approval. So moved. Clerk, please read the roll, please.
Councilman Cassoff.
Aye.
Councilwoman Noah. Councilwoman Covington.
Aye.
Mayor Shropshire.
Aye.
Councilman Franklin.
Aye.
Councilman Palmer.
Aye.
Councilman Williams.
Aye.
We move to resolution 2026-20 without objection to be introduced by Councilwoman Noah and Councilman Kazoff. If there are no objections, Attorney Ryan, could you please read the resolution?
A resolution of the City of Ferguson, Missouri, granting a special use permit 247 South Florissant Road for the purpose of an adult care center, subject to the conditions, restrictions, and requirements set forth herein.
I request a motion and a second. So moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilman Cassoff.
Aye.
Councilwoman Noah. Councilwoman Covington.
Aye.
Mayor Shropshire.
Aye.
Councilman Franklin.
Aye.
Councilman Palmer.
Aye.
Councilman Williams.
Aye.
We move to resolution 2021 without objection to be introduced by Councilwoman Noah and Councilman Kazoff. If there are no objections, Attorney Ryan, could you please read the resolution?
A resolution of the City of Ferguson, Missouri, granting a special use permit for 318 South Delwood Drive for the purpose of a family daycare home, subject to the conditions, restrictions, and requirements set forth herein.
Is there a motion and a second for this, please? So moved.
Second.
Vote, please.
Councilman Cassoff.
Aye.
Councilwoman Noah. Councilwoman Covington.
Aye.
Mayor Shropshire.
Aye.
Councilman Franklin.
Aye.
Councilman Palmer.
Aye.
Councilman Williams.
Aye.
Bills requiring first reading. There are none. Let's see here, Bill No, we tried those on girls. There we go. Bills required, none. Bills requiring second reading, none. Unfinished business? Any unfinished business? New business, any new business?
I have new business.
Yes.
Mayor Shropshire, I make a motion to dismiss Leroy Thompson from the Civilian Review Board.
I'll second the motion.
It has been seconded. And the motion has been seconded. Can we have a vote, please?
Well, is there any
Discussion, oh, is there discussion? Sorry. Good.
So, I just want to say whatever the council decides, technically, we're not following the code of conduct for elected officials. It's in there how you are supposed to go about removing individuals from boards and commissions, but I just wanted to go on the record and state that. Thank you.
The code of conduct is a guideline that was passed years ago by a different council. As you may recall, bills die when we move to a new council. And people violate all sorts of things in the code of conduct. It's guidelines. I believe this is a situation which is of sufficient egregiousness that it warrants immediate action by council. It is not my desire to sit up here tonight and go into specific details, but if we're gonna have an argument about this, I'm willing to do so, and I have the information here and I will read it. So we can go either way on this. We can have a quick vote and get this over with, or we can have a debate, and I'm prepared to do that.
Any other questions? Take a vote, please.
Councilman Palmer,
Aye.
Councilman Cassoff,
Aye.
Councilwoman Noah? No. Councilwoman Covington,
Aye.
Mayor Shropshire,
I pass.
abstain.
Abstain.
Councilman Franklin,
No.
Councilman Williams,
Aye.
it's 4. 4 yes, 2 no, 1 abstain. Motion passed.
Motion passed. Anybody else have any new business? Miscellaneous? Oh, Councilman Noah.
Okay, just right quick, I just wanted to let staff and the residents know, thank you. And there will be a community event in Forest Wood Park on Saturday, May 30th. It's a free event from 11 a.m. until 2 p.m. Hopefully the community can come out. City manager, we have reported, and of course not right now, but we are looking for follow-up. Well, I am following up, looking for some feedback in the near future. The area between Sam's Market and Public Storage has been reported, and the maintenance, just not sure what's going on there. Again, looking for some follow-up in the near future. And I know the dangerous building meeting is on the 13th, and I appreciate how the city has posted those signs, in front of those buildings, because it lets residents know that, this is not being ignored. So I really, really appreciate that. And the lot at 101 Annabelle, at the end of Annabelle and Maurice, where the trees fell during the storm a couple of weeks ago, that has been reported through our report of concern too. Lastly, everyone, good night and be well.
Good night.
So I'll just say, I thank you for sticking it out, those of you. This is probably one of our longest meetings of my tenure. And those online, we appreciate you sticking around. Saturday, it's the Twilight Run, so hopefully I see everybody there. I'm doing the 1 mile with the family, so looking forward to it. And, you know, the election is 11 months away. And, you know, looking forward to a new council.
Councilman Palmer,
I have nothing this evening, thank you.
Councilman Williams. Got anything going? Okay. I have just something quick I'd like to read. It's go, I'll make it quick. The NAACP North County branch will host the 89th Annual Freedom Fund Dinner Saturday, June the 6th at the St. Louis Airport Marriott Hotel. We will have one of our leaders, Miss Patricia Washington, will be awarded the a journalist advocacy, social justice, human rights. And Patricia has long used her voice to challenge unfair systems and elevate critical issues and demands. Accountability where it matters, said Charlie A. Dooley, St. Louis County branch president. The proceeds from the event go directly to support scholarships and programs that advocate for human rights and equity for all. And one more thing, just to let you know, a keynote speaker will be Miss Reverend Tracy D. Blackman. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
To adjourn? All in favor?
Aye.
Oh, Dave.
Oh, damn, Dave.
Oh, Dave.
It's not long into the Sam's, it's off the record, but that story. It's already signed.
Thank you for voting.
You know about it.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You still recording?
I just want you all to keep in mind that I work frequently, like doing frequently. I'm acting city clerk, payroll, and assist HR. So there are times when I email you all, and then I'm not gonna get back to it until later on. So if I don't get an email, I do think that it's unfair for me to be called out in the middle of the week and no one is responsive to me. So if you all don't respond, I can't answer any questions.
Are you on our text chain?
So,
Give us your name.
yeah, how should we work with that? Is that something that you all are gonna work on?
No, she was she was asking for clarity, how do you? The email was, we've normally done it, the mayor just speaks up and, hey, I'm appointing so-and-so, 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 so-and-so.
Right.
Council, do you want to appoint so-and-so, so-and-so, so-and-so? We were asking, as a group, would you like to let us know in advance? We'll put them on the agenda, and then you can just say, yes, don't go. But we didn't get any clarity.
We should do that.